Greetings and welcome to the Guild of Mazes presents So You Think You Can Quest, the online live-streamed Dungeons & Dragons-based game show with real cash prizes and precious stones that raises money for rotating community charities. I'm your host and Dungeon Master. And this is just a quick introduction to episode 12 of our open beta development process. Join us this evening as 2 new contestants rejoin 3 existing ones in the sewers underneath Hope's Rise in an attempt to make some sense of the horrific and mysterious discoveries of the previous session. Between the gathering of ne'er-do-wells fishing corpses out of the sewers in some semi-organized fashion, or the fetid effigy to the goddess Slurgia and the blood sigil that guards the doorway that leads deeper yet still into the earth and stone underneath the substructures of buried ruins on top of which our city now thrives. Of course, you'll have to stay tuned to find out who lives and who dies and who wins a precious stone this evening. All that and more on tonight's episode of So You Think You Can Quest.
Bring on your goblin holes and band of oaks, hulking zombies and kabones. And oh no, no troll, don't slow me down, oh no. Don't dig a vicious, ever vicious, also many possibilities. When I swing, I'm a clap on beat thing. Go begin to give every time, my friend, the outcome's always the same. I roll the die 20 sides and cleave your ass in twain. Because I'm rolling 20s like a 68 Impala. AC doesn't matter, critical damage from my warhammer. I throw the big tickle against every single farm that cross by the walls of my mighty blow. I lay 'em low, yes I lay 'em.
And welcome back to the Tuesday edition of So You Think You Can Quest. I'm your host and Dungeon Master, and we've got 2 new contestants tonight, joining 3 of our previous ones deep in the sewers of Hope's Rise, attempting to piece together the curious happenings around them as well as the dangerous mysteries that seem to ensconce every direction that they press and attempt to cling to some sort of emerging answers, only to find that there are yet still more deadly things lurking further still, both literally beneath them and beneath the surface of all they meet. Last session, after having discovered that there was an effigy to a rather specific dark goddess by the name of Slurgia to the south of where they were attempting to make rest for the evening in the basement of the benevolent temple of the goddess of Yonqua, the goddess Yonqua, the players then decided to investigate rather hesitantly after accomplishing a long rest and hearing some very strange and unexplainable noises in the night, like some sort of large, grotesque creature issuing forth a guttural death howl while being otherwise blown to bits by some sort of crashing explosion that shook the very foundation and the walls of the stone basement in which they dwelled. Afterward, they, the next day, were able to discover what lay in the next room in that altar space next to the blood sigil and the large set of stairs that led downward into the sewers and hopefully to where they believe maybe the dungeon that they seek might yet lurk. There was unexplainable glyph work, obviously wrought by some spellcaster of considerable power, judging by the complexity of the sigil there and also the freshness of the seal and the potency of the magic that seemed to radiate off of it when the cleric performed their detect magic ritual. finding also a knife and the silhouette of where a bloodstained book had rested in a chest next to this offering like fetid altar, the party decided it best not to disturb what they had found and let on that someone had discovered this place, and moved on further yet down south in the sewers to discover a hallway that seemed brimming with magically and mechanically generated traps. Midway through this hallway, they imagine, as they could not see the end, they found this pile of what was the previous night's explanation for the grotesque death howl, as there was the carcass of a creature smashed to bits, and there was no immediate explanation in sight other than what Therita, the rogue, quickly began to observe was the evidence of a multitude of traps having been set down here by some sort of sophisticated means. Not wanting to tempt fate and plunge too far down this avenue of death, they headed north now, upwards into the sort of a junction where they found that a fisherman the night prior earlier in the day prior had emerged, trying to investigate some of the noises caused by the party and also the explosion. Curious what someone down here would be doing with a fishing pole, they managed to track this ruffian back to a rather grotesque and poorly organized hovel of thugs and ne'er-do-wells who were fishing bodies and trinkets out of the sewers, sorting through sewer-bloated corpses in order to find some amount of wealth that they might strip from those who were probably themselves the recipients of unfortunate circumstances. Corpses not really wanting to turn up in the sewers on their own, after all. After observing that this was a pretty horrific scene to watch, as they seemed comfortable living in an amount of madness and filth and barbarism as they proceeded about their daily tasks, all kind of jockeying insecurely for some amount of leadership, they did seem to also have managed to, in their colonization of their end of this sewer, perch themselves atop yet another massive staircase that led further down into the stone and earth underneath Hope's Rise, meaning that perhaps they may not have to disturb this blood sigil of Slurgia if they can find a way to dislocate or otherwise move this colony of sewer riffraff, who may, in number, not necessarily have the skills that the adventuring party does, but certainly do have the advantage when it comes to maybe 2-3-1 presence, and being armed at that, and perceivably ready to do harm to those who might try to stop their way of life. An alarm going up from the fishermen scouts, and the druid having to return to the party. We will now join them in just a moment as they are ready to go. A couple new players having joined us, one of them being a new sorcerer by the name of Vol Uner, and the other being a rogue now to replace Therita, who could not make it this evening, unfortunately. And Therita will be replaced by a rogue going by the name of Ash. Ash Garahest, but Ash for short. And without further ado, I'm going to let everybody know that we are about to go live, but past that, it's time to get in to the exciting questing action. Okay, everybody, we are live. And I'm going to center the screen so everyone's not just looking at a pitch black sewer. This is sort of the overmap of what they discovered last session, but I will be, of course, moving us into sort of where the players were last gathered. One moment as I pull everything up and also get some sewer ambiance playing in the background on behalf of Sirenscape. There we go. Those are the squelches and otherwise uncomfortable noises that we need to be listening to while adventuring and traipsing around in the sewers. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, players. I know we've got somebody who has managed to luck into the rotating 5th seat, as well as a returning contestant who has lucked in as a rogue this evening. So we will be dealing with them immediately in the fact that they will have warped into the town square up above, basically in simultuity, I believe is the appropriate declining of that. And you will more or less be looking at each other now, having been moments ago both in the Guild of Mazes gathering hall, having been both told that you are being assigned to the field immediately and to gather your things, and then being forced through a crackling portal, known throughout the entire guild to be somewhat unstable and rather an uncomfortable process to have to endure. And having your physical form torn apart and reassembled and established in the material plane, you of course are now suffering from an hour of the summoning sickness that causes you to take disadvantage on most of your abilities and skills for a short time as you try and gain a certain amount of stability for yourself. With that said, I'm going to drop some new tokens for our party in the sewers, and party, feel free to take it away, either those who are above ground or below. How do you want to proceed? There was talks of calling the cops last session, but honestly, that, is up to you.
So Jesse will turn to the party. All right, by now I'm sure we've alerted someone and they must be coming for us, so I think, at least for now, it'd be wise to return topside to meet our incoming companions and maybe bring this to the priestess.
Yeah, I think at this point I can't really argue against the priestess anymore, so Garen will agree to that, to go up and see if we can't find some help against everything that's down.
Ash just turns to the wizard and wipes his brow after he vomits a little bit and just says, "Hey, so, looks like it's you and me. Let's go find the rest of our team."
I kick a bunch of dirt over his yak and discreetly yak in the corner and say, "Undignified," and I pull out my my notebook and I start following him, jotting down notes.
Okay. So with the party returning above ground and also the other half of it already being there, I will transition us over to both some city ambiance as well as I will move this map now to reflect our place on the surface world above in the Temple of Yonqua. One moment. That's strange. My Roll20 seems to have logged me out of my secondary account. This is going to take about 2 seconds for me to pop back in, and then I will get everyone transferred over. There we go. Okay. Grab the player token and move you to the town square.
While you're doing that, Paul is just like desperately drawing all the roads and taking notes of everywhere they're going.
You got it. The Temple of Yonqua is fortunately within maybe a couple 100 feet of the place that you've warped in at, as I will now demonstrate on the stream. You are all more or less going to be splitting the difference and gathering right about here in front of the ruined steps. 1 second, I'll center it for the players as well. But to kind of just draw a shift click. There you go. So this is sort of where everyone is at the moment. I'm going to drop tokens down for the sake of positioning and kind of something to represent everyone. But old team meet new team meet old team, as you are going to have quite a bit of things to get accomplished here this session. Please.
Let's do this. Boom.
Vol steps forward, puts his quill away, and extends his hand to. What's everyone's race?
Zarus is a human.
Jassier is a dragonborn.
I'm a tiefling. My name's Ash.
And
Alright, Garen, Jassier, Zarus, Vol, and Ash. There we go. There's that last token. Zoom this in. Introduction's accomplished, and fetching this commoner out of that bush because they shouldn't be there. Party?
Sneaking up on us. Ah, new folks, yes.
We just poured it in.
Welcome to the very grand party here. We're well established, the three of us here. We go way back.
Yeah, you two are coming in on quite an interesting discovery that we've made.
You know, it sure is a beautiful day. What do you guys? What's new and exciting? What do you guys were coming up so fast from?
So I'll kind of, since we're out in the public, I'll take them a little aside by the bush, and I'll say, we've been taking refuge in the basement of the Temple of Yonqua, and we've came across an altar to Slurgia, and we don't believe that the church is involved. And we also found, there's a collapsed hall right by our base, and to the south is just a temple, a hallway of death full of traps. And to the north, we came across what seems to be a village or some sort of gathering of all these sewer dwellers fishing for dead bodies and salvaging them. And we've seemed to alerted them, so we came back up here to meet with you and also to ask for help.
Yes, Garen can tell you all about it. She went in and spied on them in her quite normal form of a spider.
So they're coming now. How many?
well, I don't know that they were looking for us. When I went around, I did see about 13 of them. They were a little bit violent with themselves. They were fishing the sewers for corpses to rob, basically. So I'm not 100% sure what's going on down there, but one of the more important things too is in their colony there is a second set of stairs that seem to go down to the same place that's blocked at the altar of Slurgia.
So these two, we think, are definitely connected somehow.
And these are humanoids that are doing this?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we know what kind?
Hideous ones.
Are we in danger right now? Would we be prepared, or do you think they're not going to come up?
I would be surprised if they would come up. It seems that they're kind of really hunkered down there, but I definitely think they should take priority.
Do the rest of the town know they're there, or do you think they're hiding?
I do think they're hiding. It's one of the reasons we came out to speak to the priestess. I don't think they know what's happening right below their feet.
Yeah, it was a collapsed wall that we came across as we were cleaning up. So all this has been happening right below, and we don't think that they have any idea.
Is this something that we're going to need to deal with, or not?
I mean, it's right next to. I mean, it's either we find a new base and kind of let them fend for themselves, or we got something that we take care of. Definitely not alone, I think.
They're down there, but so is one of those sigils. It's fantastic. I need to learn more about what those are.
Have they reacted negatively to sunlight or fire?
Not that we
We
People?
haven't
haven't
been.
tried bringing them up or doing that.
DM,
I would
what time-
imagine that they would.
Is there money in it?
They've been salvaging these bodies. I'm sure they have something if that's what you're after.
No, I mean, if we're gonna go down there and deal with these guys, are we? I mean, are we doing it to protect our hideout, or are we going to go down there and? I mean, they're hoarding the sewers. I mean, what's our plan?
Well, we don't have a plan yet. We were gonna go to the priestess. I'm sure we could get something out of it, but right now the five of us are the only people that know about this, as far as I know.
Yeah, well, the fact that
We
altar of
asked the-
Scourge is down there, that priestess is going to want to know. And I'm sure probably will compensate because that is definitely not something they want under their town, I'm sure.
Yeah, I say we should go tell the priestess ASAP.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
So we'll
Definitely.
head to the Temple of Yonkur.
You are, in fact, standing in front of it. As I pan the camera up, and you are going to find that one of the priestesses, as Jasir bartered for a healing potion, not but maybe half an hour before we ended last session in terms of the in-game time. That same priestess, who is not the high priestess of this temple, for note, and is not garbed in the same more elaborate trappings and robe wear, and instead kind of more just like a plain kind of tan colored cloth robe. She is busy kind of administering to the sick and also those who have come to help lend a hand in the restoration of this temple, as they clearly have quite a bit of work to do, judging by the ways that the walls and ceiling have been collapsed in. And what you're looking at already represents several days of the community working non-stop just to clear the debris out of the floor space. As before, basically all that was available was a straight path to this staircase to the basement that the party had created simply out of selfish reasons to try and get out of the elements for the evening. So, it is not going to be hard at all to get audience with her, as you have both ingratiated yourselves and are, at this point, frequenters of their hospitality. Who wants to, or who is stepping forward to talk to them, and what exactly are you going to say?
I've talked to her a bit, so I don't mind doing it. I'll approach the priestess and say, "Excuse me, can I speak with you aside for a moment?"
Well, certainly. Is everything okay? You see a concerned look begin to dawn over her face.
So I begin speaking in a hushed tone. Is there a way we could have audience with the High Priestess? We have a matter of grave importance regarding the what's been going on surrounding your church.
Well, I mean, she's not here today, and I mean not as in that she's not here today in the temple, but she's not in the town itself. We have a small abode that we all share. It's on the outskirts. You would have to journey there if you wanted to seek her attention, but I must say she has been quite taxed by the events of the past few days. You see, what with the appearance of Slurgia made manifest in what was otherwise a sacrosanct location, and you have to understand this temple has been here for thousands and thousands of years. This represents something very upsetting and potentially is an omen of much worse to come. The priestess is trying now to fortify herself to endure the coming hardships that will be necessary in the future.
Of course, and I definitely understand. So, as far as now, would you be the person kind of in charge around here at this moment?
There is no one truly in charge at this temple, but what can I help you with? I have been here for several decades. I am not the most proficient in my connection with the goddess herself, but I can work small blessings on her behalf. What seems to be the problem?
All right, so continuing in a hushed tone as to not have people panicked around. Um, so, as I'm sure you're aware, we've been taking refuge in the basement of this temple, and have, as we were cleaning up, um, we came across this crumbled wall that was previously blocked by some rubble. And we've been doing some exploring in the sewers, and we came across an altar to Slurgia herself. I know you've been having some troubles with her in the past, and it seems like they're continuing. So, and not only the altar. So to the south of the basement is the altar, and to the north is this whole group of sewer dwellers fishing up dead bodies, and they've definitely have some sort of operation down there. And all of this has been happening right under the church.
You see a look of fatigue and horror and shock wash over her in such rapid succession that finally the facial expression that she is left with is one of almost just sort of emotionless. It's catatonic. She stares past you for a moment and then looks at you and says, "All of these things, they're true.
I'm afraid so.
You say it's directly beneath our feet now, this altar.
Yes.
Well, would you take me to it? This can wait," as she motions to the people around her and the debris-strewn, once formerly fairly hospitable church.
Do you have any guards or people who could protect you? Of course, we can take you to it, but we have very close to the north of the altar is all of these people, these sewer dwellers I was telling you about that we haven't had an encounter with them, but they're definitely aware of our presence and definitely are on alert and have by now have surely let their boss know that we've been around there. So definitely is not safe.
In addition to that, Garen, not to interrupt, but she does kind of point out that the guards are a good idea because on top of the altar, there's also a powerful magic sigil down there that seems to be blocking something farther down.
Yeah, any help that you can bring with us would be greatly appreciated, and for our benefit and yours.
We're going to be outnumbered. We should even the odds as much as we can.
I understand your plight. At the same time, I must ask, is there anything now stopping them from boiling over into the basement? And she looks over at the staircase, coming up to terrorize these folk? Either these sewer dwellers, whether or not they are just unfortunate people who might otherwise need Yonqua's blessings or servants of Slurgia, that remains to be determined, but you're telling me that there's no barrier between them and us now, currently?
That unfortunately, that is true. We came up as soon as we could, so this definitely is an urgent matter. We don't believe that they would come up, as they're pretty established down there, but if they wanted to, they could walk up this second.
There is
these
a-
stairs I'm standing right next to?
Yes, but there is a. We did leave a wall in the room, but they could knock it down if they knew where to look.
Yes.
While walking around on the other side of the group from the stairs, putting the group between me and the stairs, as nonchalantly as I can, I say, And to the other human, so we just told her there's a threat under this church, and she wants to go see it. Is she on the up and up? You've been here longer than I have.
Oh,
I think
many, long time before you. Yes, yes. She's she's a woman of the cloth. She must be on the up and up.
You seem like a trustworthy lad.
He
Should we
is
not
in
be-
his 40s, 50s.
So, on the subject of whether or not she has guards, the priestess is going to respond that she can plead the aid of some of the guard necessary, but at the moment, would you mind waiting here as I go and try to secure some form of aid for us, as I fear for what may happen should either the cultists of Slurgia or these perhaps rightfully so indignant folk from the sewer make their way up here and start causing a mess for the rest of us. I would appreciate you here to stand guard.
Yeah,
Certainly.
you're more than aware of the dangers that the followers of Slurgia can cause. We will remain here and guard the staircase should anyone come up.
Should we go down the stairs to guard so that we can see them coming, or just stay at the top of the stairs?
We can go down.
It would probably be good to have someone down there.
I'll tell the priestess. We'll be right downstairs. You won't miss us. It's just directly at the bottom of the staircase is where we'll be.
How long are these stairs?
The stairs go down for about a total of 15 feet, and then they switch back, and the switchback is then only about another like 5-10. It's almost more like a landing than it is like a full switchback in the stairs. So they do change direction from going, like, the descent is north, but then you'll arrive facing south. Okay, who's going... Sorry if I missed that, but who's going downstairs to watch?
I
Are we
will.
all going to go as far as we feel comfortable? And should I and the wizard, they haven't seen us, they don't know us, they won't recognize us, should we go with her, or should we wait with you guys?
One of them saw me, and then ran off. He was a bit concerned that
Yeah,
I was down
think
there.
they've only seen Xeris.
Well, let's take her
Yeah.
down there and show her where the entrance is and tell her, hey, call her if you need us, we're going to be right here. Or should we just go down with her? I mean,
I think
She's going to get aid. She's not going down.
She's gonna go down with us, correct?
She's going to the guards currently, and then
The idea, at least at present, was she wanted to go see it, but then once you stressed how urgent the situation was, she is now offering to go get the guard, but at the same time hoping that you will remain here in order to, safeguard this situation should it turn for the worst.
Yeah, I think that's
yes.
we're good to stay here.
Okay. So then, who will be remaining above ground and who will be going below? I mean, if anybody. Is everyone going below? Is everyone staying above?
I think I'll remain
can-
above ground to sort of rally the people who had been helping clear debris, and thank them for their work, how important the job has been, and thank you. We're gonna close this for the day. There's still plenty of work to do in the future, but the priestess needs the area here cleared out first. For the
It
afternoon.
shouldn't be too long. So I think we're good staying here, and if anything comes up, first they'd have to find the wall. But if anything comes up, we'll see them first.
I'll go
I can-
down with her at a distance behind her and sneakily just unseen and see if I can listen in and hear anything, since I know thieves can't, and I'm going to see if I can catch anything from their conversation or anything else that I hear down there. But I can do it hidden as much as possible.
Okay. Garen, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say I'll go if he's going down. I was gonna go down too, and I will probably just shift back again into something that I can kind of keep watch with that they wouldn't notice, so I could come up and warn them if they were coming close.
I'll stay up and wait for the priestess, just so she has a friendly face to go down with.
I kind of knock some of the dust off my robes, and so I'm like, I'll stand at the top of the stairs with you two.
Okay, so 3 up and 2 down. I will make note of that. And quickly, I'm going to transfer the map over to the sewers once more, as we have yet some action going on down there, as you did leave them sort of in a state of alarm. And as you descend the stairs, you are going to be able to hear audibly from the tunnel beyond to the west of the kind of basement proper, through that makeshift tunnel in the rock and the collapsed room next door. You're going to be able to hear the sounds of people wandering up and down, kind of, some of them talking, some of them calling out. There's banging noises, as well as, in some cases, the sound of like torch and just fire crackling. But you don't hear anything or see anything that makes you think that they are aware of your presence here in this sort of concealed chamber, what with that makeshift kind of hidden wall that you've managed to hide yourselves behind.
I would like to shift back into a rat.
Okay.
And I
So
will
maybe
be-
I can sneak a little bit closer in here. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just saying I'm as stealthy as I can, hiding in this hallway, creeping closer to listen.
Okay. So
Trying to on this rat underneath my feet.
that will... I'm going to go ahead and put some tokens down for you here, and Garen, drop you here. Zoom the stream in on that. So at this point, getting to the, like, next to the hallway, in order to get out there and start actually kind of potentially chasing after them or seeing where it is that they're located, you're going to have to start dislodging bricks in order to separate, well, like make an aperture to see through. So if you're going to do that, you're more than welcome to, but it will also start to break down the camouflage that is concealing you from these very people who are patrolling for you.
So once we bring this priestess to this door, which is piled up with rubble, she wants to go through it still?
No, the priestess has gone to go get the guard.
Oh, I thought we were going down with the priestess.
No, you're going down with Garen, who is a...
But once the priestess comes down, we're gonna have to go through this wall in order to make it to the altar.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to keep watch as something that they wouldn't necessarily be alarmed by if they did break through.
Sure. So are you two going to more or less just wait here for the time being?
Yeah, I just thought we were-
That was my idea.
Because she wanted to go down there and talk to him or something. Or see.
No, for the time being, that would have been perhaps her mode, but given the fact that it seemed that they were in a state of alarm, as per the player stressing that it seems to be a serious problem, the guard seems to be the better choice. Now, Vol, what were you saying?
Can you remind me the quantity that stayed up at the top of the stairs and who went down?
Garen and your rogue companion Ash went down, and then at the top of the stairs is the sorcerer, you, Vol, then the wizard Zarus, and lastly, funnily enough, because we don't have a fighter, now the cleric Jasir. Those are the 3 who are up, and then the 2 who are down, previously stated.
Then I'm just gonna help shoo people out of the building while she returns with the guard, and we deal with whatever we have to deal with.
Okay. If you are going to begin to sort of wait to see what happens here, I'm going to ask the party to make an encounter roll, as some hours are going to tick by, and there are several forces at work that may influence what transpires here in the next few minutes to, anywhere in days, really, kind of depending on how long this conflict drags out between the guards and these cultists or sewer dwellers. So, who wants to, of the party, make this first encounter roll for the evening?
Well, as I usher the people out and thank them for their work, I'd like to also keep an ear to the ground and see if they've heard of anything, any recent gossip.
Gossip in reference to what?
Since this has just been uncovered, has anything strange been happening the past day?
Past day? Go ahead and give me an investigation check. All right, with an investigation of 15, as you're ushering this crowd out, it seems that they all have these kind of ill tidings. It seems like the creatures in the wood are increasingly restless. There are more and more stories of strange things beginning to occur without there being the resources to address them. Recently, and the guild knows this better than most of the townsfolk, but one of the land bridges that served as one of the main roads from the eastern approach of town was destroyed by some sort of astrological occurrence almost. The townsfolk paint a picture of kind of increasing both skepticism over the guards' ability to do anything, as well as whether or not it is going to be safe to remain in this city for much longer if these rising problems go unaddressed. But as far as specific rumors are concerned, you're really more treated to the fact that it sounds like there has been, in this area specifically at night, a lot of kind of shifty happenings. There's been reports of a lot of dark-cloaked individuals moving in the streets. There's been a few murders spread throughout the area. Ever since the golem came, as well as the massive sort of like pulsar energy ray that obliterated the fountain in the center of town, there's been all number of increased sightings here locally just around this pit. Some are saying that there are creatures creeping out at night and killing townsfolk. Others say that that's superstition. Most are just in the belief that people are probably taking advantage of the added chaos and fear, and so likely you're going to see a swell of people out in the night who are taking advantage of the guard being spread so thin these days, and there being fewer and fewer to disrupt any amount of, illicit dealings or, robbery. Flat, to be blunt about it. But that's kind of all you get from them with the 15. There's nothing that seems particularly actionable. Like, there's no proper nouns mentioned.
I make a mental note of where they are describing areas as getting particularly dangerous at night.
Sure,
So
sure. They mentioned
try to
some of
avoid
the
that.
alleys around the temple itself. Actually, one moment. Let me check my notes. Temple. Okay, actually, with that 15, there is one other note. People are beginning to tell of what seem to be strange blooms emerging from the garden that is to the northwest of the temple. It's not but maybe 50, 100 feet away, and it's not maintained by the temple specifically, but many of the temple goers and the priestesses here spend quite a bit of time in that nearby garden that the community has. It's just a small park. There seems to be some consensus that on the idea of strange happenings, there have been these sort of like dark purple and blue, black flowers emerging amongst otherwise dead plants.
If I'm
That's
upstairs, is
certainly
there?
upsetting. Are these flowers that any of you have seen before? It sounds like a very upsetting growth.
From the rumor mill of kind of what you gather, because the first time that you hear of this, somebody it's just like, oh, I think there might be something also rotten with the flowers near here, and then when you get a better description of it, the person basically says, I have enough going on in my life that I stay away from these sorts of things. I'll just give the garden a wide perimeter for the time being, thank you. So you don't actually manage to, with the 15, find anyone who's an eyewitness or has like actually seen these blooms firsthand.
Okay, sounds good. Well, once everyone's out of the temple, who's making that roll?
Who's feeling
I
lucky?
did it last time.
One of our new members.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I'll toss
the
anybody
group
else.
here, good. It's either checking or all the new people, myself included, kill a mist troll. That's part of the initiation after coming in from the Guild of Maces.
Yep. You make an encounter roll, and then you barehand a mist troll. Those are the two things you got to do to prove your worth.
Well, I don't think I will be proving my worth today, but I can make the encounter check. I just roll a D100. Is that it?
D100, please, and I will roll opposed. And in this situation, there will be certain encounters that are likely not to be considered. However, there are many that, okay, 52, that's fairly neutral, given all of the things possible. But we shall see what it is that, okay, rolling
Turns out Paul is an
again.
adventurer.
So, you are down. It's so funny. I just transferred everybody back up to the top floor, but I'm going to go back down to the sewers now really quick as I shift once more to the party below, who is observing the tunnels beyond and those who are patrolling it, currently looking for where those sort of well-dressed and armed interlopers may have gone to. At this point, you are going to hear something that is gonna, well, be pretty obvious to put together as far as what has occurred, but the exact results of which you'll have to see for yourselves, as that sounds like someone or something has gotten into the blood seal next door as you hear these excruciating, twisted cries, as well as the rapid-fire succession of the discharge of magic being made manifest from the ether as the static and crackle of it begins to pour out, and what from the small, like, kind of like holes in the mortar of your false wall here that you have, you can see these red lights beginning to flash in succession from down the hall, as whether or not there's something returning and this is part of the cultists' display, or some of these sewer folk have gotten into a blood sigil that they shouldn't have. It looks like there's something definitely significant happening in the chamber, maybe 50 feet to the south of you right now, as you are still hearing these, like, tortured cries, and it's not pretty, and it seems to be kind of unrelenting.
Is there a
ahead.
crack big enough for me to get through?
As a rat in of like small size because of the druid restrictions at this level, you'd need something that was like a few feet across. So yeah, you'd kind of have to push some stuff out of the way. I'd ask for a sleight of hand check in order to not knock the wall over that you have kind of constructed as camouflage.
Can I ask? Oh, I've forgotten the rogue's name.
The rogue's name is Ash.
Ash.
Right. Can I ask Ash to kind of hold that part of the wall that I'm getting so that it doesn't like fall, like he can kind of keep it up, and I'll just let him know that I'm just gonna go see what happened.
Absolutely. I would, if you want, Ash. Then you can give me a sleight of hand as our Druid Garen is going to move out into the sewers, and noted with the 11. So you're going to make it possible for this to, not collapse and fall apart and lose your camouflage, but that's not going to go that smoothly in terms of there is going to be some tumbling brick and some scraping sounds. So your transition out into this hallway is going to be heralded by a little bit of noise. But as you get out here, you're going to see... adjusting the stream there. To the north and south of you, the hallway is relatively clear at this time. I'm going to grab a couple of tokens, as there are a few people towards the end of it you'll be able to see. Just some of the sort of more scraggly members of this band who are now fleeing in the opposite direction of where that noise and light came from the chamber to the south. In whatever transpired in that corridor seems to have been enough to send them running.
At the top of the stairs, would I be able to either hear the screams or like kind of sense that dark magic?
With the noise made, unfortunately, it would not have made it up to... Well, actually, what's your passive perception real quick? That's the real answer to that question.
I was muted. It's a 14.
14. Okay, with a 14, actually, that is enough. You would have sort of heard some sort of disturbance emerge from downstairs. Nothing nearly as significant as those who are standing close to whatever it is that has occurred, but enough to have, sitting there waiting for the first sign of trouble, I heard some sort of like, okay, no, that sounded like some kind of explosion almost. And Jessir?
Yeah. Would I be able to detect any of the magic?
No, not through the actual, like, the layers of earth and rock, unfortunately.
So I'll just turn to Xeris and Vol and say, I heard something downstairs. I'm gonna go look for the priestess. And I'll walk maybe 10, 15 feet outside of the temple into the street, kind of looking around for the priestess.
Okay. Walking out into the street and searching for the priestess, you are not going to be able to find her as she seems to have disappeared. Hopefully, wherever she is, she's getting the guard as per her word. But for the moment, it's now been close to a couple hours and you have yet to hear back or see anything from her. You are going to just basically only see the crowd going about business as usual, as few else were gathered around that stairway, like listening closely to see if anything was audible. So no one else really seems to have, for the most part, heard anything amiss.
All right, I'll walk back to the people upstairs. I can't see the priestess anywhere. It's been a couple hours. What do you think we do? Either we can go to the guards ourselves and try to find her, or try to find the guards, or I really don't think we should deal with this ourselves, but I also don't think we should be splitting up like this.
Well, I mean, all seems fine. I'm ready to wait. I'm still feeling a little ill from that portal, so I mean, it's probably fine. He trusts her.
I like the vote of confidence. So from there, I really, that puts the action into the hands for the moment of Garen and Ash. What are you going to do at this time as you are trying to sort of figure out like the play here? Do you investigate to the room south? Do you tail the ruffians to the north? Are you going to retreat and get your friends?
I'm gonna investigate to the south.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time finding where we're at on roll 20.
One moment. Let me. That should center your.
Okay, perfect. So and these people running, they're running from the south.
They're
north,
running.
back?
They are already past where you're at. They are up here, heading to the north junction here. They are running from this room down here. I'm gonna pull the stream out just a little bit so everyone can see more of where I'm pointing at. But yeah, they are already sort of booking it past, and they're about 60 to 80 feet away from you to the north. Then you don't see anyone really immediately to the south, as there seems to be some sort of commotion repelling them from this room.
They're running from where I'm going.
Well, yeah, exactly. So with that, yeah.
Do you want me to stick around just in case you need me, or do I was thinking of heading back up because let sleeping dogs lie. I don't know if I really want to deal with this with just us two right now. But I'll hang out if you want to go and explore a little bit.
Well, I'm hoping I'm inconspicuous enough to just kind of poke my head in and see what happened. So maybe wait for a little bit and then we'll go up and tell everybody.
Okay, perfect. So after I make that noise, because I can't hold the bricks up properly, I'm going to re-hide since they're running past already, and then I'm going to wait for her to the rat to come back.
All right, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Me or him?
Him, and also you. I mean, as well.
Do I get bonuses for the rat?
In this particular case, I don't think so.
Ugh.
My character sheet's not coming up, so I'm going to just roll a 20, but I have, I think, a +6 on for stealth.
That makes sense. Go ahead and roll that. Okay, noted. And exactly now, how far to the south to this room are you creeping? And what position are you taking in this hallway, Garen?
I'm hugging the wall, and I would like to go down to the corner to kind of see if I can peek around.
Okay. Go for it.
Should I just go ahead and move?
Yep, go ahead, move your token there, and as you're doing so, you will notice that there are a few individuals, it looks like, who are now cowering in the shadows on the southern end of the corridor. A few of those sewer folk who were perhaps startled by the very same occurrence, but did not want to risk moving past that room. They now see you in rat form, and without anything to suspect, they are not really paying you any mind, but you can tell by their body language as both of them kind of scurry to get to the opposite side of the sewer channel that they're aware of you at very least. Now, peeking around that corner, you are going to find that on the other side there is, unfortunately, I don't know why I'm having a little bit of... There we go. What seems to be a horrific sight to behold, that of some sort of beast made primarily of flesh and some sort of undulating tentacle and screaming mouths and eyeballs, like a composite of many parts of a human being sort of thrashing together. Much of it is sort of like pouring out from over the center of the blood sigil, and you can hear it just like screaming and moaning. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw as you lay eyes on this thing, and even the sight of it begins to assault your sanity. Very nice, as you feel your vision begin to shrink, and almost as if falling into a deep dark hole, your consciousness begins reeling in front of you as your mind tries to comprehend the madness that seethes before you. But with your experience in the mystic arts and your considerable mental fortitude, you are going to manage to regain your senses and right yourself, Garen. But still, this massive, seething flesh monster is there. It doesn't look as if it's contained by this blood seal at all, more as if created by. And though it does not immediately notice you, it is going to demonstrate a certain amount of movement and begin crawling / oozing and pulling itself off of the dais that is stained with this blood seal, and it is going to start making its way out of the room and into the corridor.
So I'm gonna run back as fast as I possibly can.
Okay, got it. That's not going to take you long at all, as you are but, maybe 60, 80 feet away. You can clear that in a 6-second turn, as you're going to be able to then return to where our rogue Ash is currently awaiting to see what the word is.
So I'll scramble back in and shift back and be stuttering, trying to explain the monstrosity I just saw and that we have to warn them because it's on the move. It's not contained.
All right, let's go.
Okay. So you are going to head back upstairs then and warn your companions of what has happened. That alone will also take maybe 20-30 seconds as you fly through this debris-filled tunnel and into the basement and up the stairs. Companions above, you're going to see your fellow guildmates emerge in a state of haste. Clearly something is amiss below the temple.
I probably look white as a sheet.
Are you no longer a rat?
No, I'm back in the half-elf form.
What happened? Is everything all right?
Not even a little bit all right.
What?
So there's this something monstrosity with oozing. It came from either from or over that blood seal. It slaughtered so many of those people down there, and it's on the move.
Did you? Is the wall, the collapsed wall? Is that still? Is that barrier still up?
It's up, but I don't know that it'll stop it. It clouded my mind for a moment. Thankfully, I was able to shake it off, but I think if I hadn't, it would have been bad.
Do you think it saw where you went?
Honestly, I don't know, because I don't know what it was. I don't know how it sees. Maybe it feels things. I'm not sure.
Any sign of the priestess?
At this time, the priestess is still nowhere to be seen. You know from what little you have of intimate knowledge of Hope's Rise that the main garrison where the soldiers gather is several miles walk away, and if there was some sort of delay, they could find themselves in, a round trip that could be several hours, but still you feel like this is beginning to stretch a little long.
She's downstairs.
They just called her. This is her true form.
She just left the temple, took a left, and just immediately went down through a manhole in the sewers, and is just right back to where you told her to stay away from.
Yeah.
So it's looking. I mean, I don't know how well a flesh mound can see, but I'm hoping that it wouldn't find our barrier. But if it does, it's looking like it's just us, and we're not going to get any additional help.
The only thing I can think is there's a lot of rubble around us. We could try to block off the stairwell, but I don't know what other entrances there are for it to get out of.
I don't know if it's even worth it.
You notice how fast this thing was moving?
Did I?
Go ahead and give me an insight check. I think that's probably the best judgment of what you... All right, with a 19, you saw that this thing was fairly slow moving as it's almost as if the beast was fighting with itself in order to move forward. Yet at the same time, you're willing to bet that while it's not as fast moving as, say, your rogue friend there, it also could probably cover a decent amount of ground if properly motivated.
Well, there were still some of those people down there too, some cowering to the south and some to the north, and I didn't see what direction it went, but I hate to say this, but it might slow down for those.
Oh, God. I wonder, do you hear it? I don't know if speak is the correct term, but try to communicate at all? I'm very good at understanding languages. Okay. Perhaps.
Right before my mind went foggy.
Okay. Perhaps that was some sort of incantation. I don't know if this is a little forward of me, but I could try going down and casting Comprehend Languages to see if I can hear it muttering to itself or trying to talk to the sewer folk. And even if I can't pick up anything from it, I might be able to just send a mental message to any of the sewer folk down there I see, if it seems safe, to have them retreat.
That part might be good, but I don't think it was talking to them because the slaughter that was in that room was pretty gruesome.
Oh, okay.
I see you talking, but I can't hear you.
I think you're muted.
What? Well, what say you all? Some reconnaissance?
I'm not. Our worst case scenario is this thing coming up into the city. I mean, your plan does sound good if you could somehow understand if it was saying anything, but I wouldn't want to risk making noise and attracting it. But we don't know what we're dealing with, so.
DM, can I take a moment? What time is it? What time of the day are we looking at right here?
Right now, at this point in the day, you're looking at like it's after midday considerably, so like almost early evening. You're relatively, because Eidolon does have like kind of a different sense of time than ours, but it's relatively speaking about like 4 in the afternoon.
So we don't have to worry about being without light up here anytime soon. I've studied a little Arcana. Can I use Garen's description to try and identify this fleshy mound?
Yes, you certainly can.
Good idea.
Could I aid that?
You certainly can. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. So,
I haven't set a disadvantage, but if I had aid, I don't know what that means.
So you wouldn't have disadvantage on that Arcana check, because your summoning sickness would have worn off by now. So that 19 is going to be the roll, and ironically enough, that aid is unsuccessful, but if it had been successful, the roll would have been that 9, so it's kind of the way that this ends up resolving is that you are going to have a 19 on that Arcana. Based on what you know from the description of the situation and what's happened, is it sounds like whatever that creature is likely an aberration by subtype, and then on top of that, you think it is probably composed of some amount of unholy magic and would probably be vulnerable to a certain amount of radiant elemental damage, if you will. But at the same time, what it is exactly, you don't really have a name for it. The closest thing that you might be able to draw it to is you have heard tale of creatures known as gibbering mouthers. Also, there are beasts known as chaos beasts. Both of them sort of fit the description of what you heard below, but it sounds almost like a fusion of those two creatures, judging on the way that it was at once sort of vaguely human in the way that kind of the gibbering mouther, like undulating mass is, but then also from the description of like the barbed tentacles and the otherworldly aspects that were fused with it, that description reminds you more of something along the lines of a chaos beast. Neither which is something in your, with a 19 Arcana, that you're going to be something super familiar with, just more as kind of a general like silhouette style description of, but that's about as close as you're going to get.
So, Garen, what we're dealing with is a mouthing chaoser, and I kind of look towards the cleric and I say, you might want to get to the front of the stairs, and I just ready a cantrip in case I see some sort of aberration stick its hooked tentacle-y face out of the stairs.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll ready Sacred Flame.
Got it. And so everyone's just going to wait here for a moment?
I think I'll cast Mage Armor on myself.
Got it.
And
Can I like peek downstairs, see if I can hear something like, or does someone want to go down there and see if this thing is, if we're gonna have to deal with this now, if it's gonna make it through this barrier?
I'm gonna find a place to hide near where she might come out if this thing comes out. Kind of blend into the crowd or into the shadows or something like that. Be ready in case they come.
I'm sorry. Did you ask somebody to go downstairs and check?
I think maybe your best plan is have one either stealthy or small a person go down and see if this thing is if it's coming up, and have the rest of us just get as far away as possible.
Why
Ready.
don't we just get as far away as possible? And if it's wait,
Just skip to that part.
I mean, I think we need to know if it's coming up.
Well, then we need to put someone at the bottom of the stairs to listen to if they go through your makeshift wall, and if that's the case, they come up. We control this staircase, so we control it. That's going to give us an edge if it comes up here. If it doesn't, we deal with it whenever.
Sounds good.
dot dot dot. Okay, so who's going down to check on this mouthing chaoser?
Well, I have one shift
Garen?
left, but we also have a rogue. So either one, I don't mind.
my sneaks, I haven't been very sneaky today so far.
Well, but that luck's got to change eventually, though.
That's true. Okay, so I'll go down and get close enough to listen and see if I can tell if that glob of stuff is coming up here or not.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a perception check and a stealth check as you head into the depths once more. Okay. Perception low, but stealth is high. So that is going to raise another question as you get down there and you are unable to hear anything. Are you going to proceed further until you can, or are you just going to wait in the basement and sort of a no news is good news style situation?
Yes, I concur. I'm gonna
Okay.
wait in the basement
You
and,
got it. So if you're just going to wait in the basement, then you are going to be down there for probably about, let me take a couple of rolls. There's a few things that are going to influence these events as they're playing out. So it's going to do that. And then
I'm gonna get about 60 feet away from the staircase.
It's going to do that. Okay, so what is going to transpire is you're not going to hear anything for a while, but then you're going to hear what sounds like just almost part like undulating swamp water, part like literal ooze, part like wet sacks of grain being dragged across the sewer stone out in the hallway past your false wall. And it's not going to take much imagination for you to know exactly what it is that is passing by at this moment. It seems to, for the time being, be ignoring this particular entrance and moving on, heading further north now. Where it is headed, you don't know, really, but it does keep moving until eventually it is no longer within earshot.
Okay, so once it's no longer within earshot, then I'm going to come back up and report to the rest of the party that it does not appear to be coming up, at least not the way we came up.
So if this thing is moving, slowly, I guess we can either. And we're still waiting for the priestess. We don't know what happened to her, but we can either go down there and just keep a distance and kind of just blast it and see what happens, backing up, and if we need to, just kind of like back up the staircase. Because I think it's gonna move faster. We're gonna move faster than it.
Do we know if there's any other like sewer entrances nearby and stuff?
Well, I mean, funny you say that, because if you pull your map out a little bit where we are, that hole over to the east of you, it looks like about 200 feet. If you may remember, when you were looking down through it, you could see both the sewer substructure as well as then what looked to be kind of a deeper, almost cavern-like level of natural substructure, further yet still beneath that. So this entire area right here, this hole in the center of the town square, is more or less like a giant sewer access.
And below, you said?
I don't know the spell Arcane Manhole Cover, but we need to.
That's next level.
I don't know what the layout is down these stairs. Is there a way that we could get down there, investigate the sigil that you mentioned without encountering whichever way the Chaos Mouther went?
Yeah,
If
it went
I
north.
understand
The
it
sigil was
correctly-
south.
Okay, the sigil was south, it went north, and also south were there those sewer folk?
South was the trap hallway, north was the sewer folk.
There just happened to be a
but when you
couple
heard
of
them
sewer
now-
folk. There was two hiding, but I don't know if they're still there.
Wait, why do we want to go back down there?
We don't
That's a good question.
I'm thinking like, yeah, well, I don't know. I think
I'm just thinking it's going to come up through that hole.
we'd be able to, if we want to investigate it or see if there's anything, if we could take it down, I think we'll be able to kind of keep a distance and just kind of blast at it for a while. And then worst comes to worst, we run up the staircase and shout.
Yeah, that works really well with the orcs or the trolls. I think that we might not want to fight this particular demon right now if we don't have to,
I guess I'm worried about it kind of
unless it comes up.
maybe it comes up, maybe the more it eats, the bigger it gets, maybe all sorts of things. Maybe it was summoned, I don't know.
We want to fight the guards. What else do you want us to do? I mean,
It's
yeah, we can stick
concerning.
around and come up.
But
I'm
I
gonna
think it also
watch
might-
that hole.
That's
Okay.
probably a good idea. I was thinking that it might be beneficial, perhaps, if we rescued those couple of stragglers to get in the sewer folks' good graces, or at least, two of their graces.
Yeah, some extra help wouldn't be bad.
Sorry, I was really freaked out when I ran into them.
Understandably.
I'm coming to this a little cold, but I'm not volunteering. We go down there and fight some sort of infernal horror. My question is, you've been in this town longer. What besides that is down there worth our time? Why not we just take a bunch of this rubble, fill in these stairs, and go on about our day?
Well, because there's a giant hole right there, it won't really do much good.
And we've only just begun to explore these sewers, but we know that there's this altar to Slurgia and the blood sigil that created this horrible beast. So there's definitely some dark forces underground that we're gonna have to deal with eventually.
I think the guild wants us to at least figure out what's going on.
I just don't know if it'd be better to see if we can take it down early as opposed to it growing stronger or getting to its master or whatever it's here for.
I don't necessarily disagree.
Aesir 24 makes a good point also, that we can always just go loot the bodies if those poor people can't be saved.
A little bit.
Well, based on some of the stories coming out of Hope's Rise, I think we should be getting stronger.
So if we go downstairs to investigate this altar, we need people, and I kind of like reposition myself again, so I'm kind of standing in the middle of everyone. We need people who are hardy enough to encounter it, and people with good enough eyes to make sure that that creature doesn't sneak up on us once we're down there.
Yeah. And we have, because we'll definitely be moving faster than it, so I think we can keep our distance and just kind of see. I mean, it will definitely. It seems to have gone past our barrier, and if we do attack it at range, we'll definitely get its attention. But I think we'll be able to kind of keep our distance and back our way up the hallway. Because if it's going to come up eventually, it's going to come up.
Well, while they're talking, I am going to peek my head outside and make sure there's nothing coming up out of that hole.
Okay. You are, as this is going on, I mean, it only takes this discussion, it takes the real time it takes, but it's only, minutes. And so, as you sit there listening, you don't hear anything. I mean, go ahead and give me a perception check as you attempt to, confirm this, but...
Don't hear anything.
This is going to be a bad day.
With a 6, yeah, no. As you stare into this massive crater here, nothing really seems to come out of it but the occasional echo of the sounds of the street. As you're sort of staring down into it, one of the townsfolk comes up to you and says, "Oh, they'll rebuild. No worries."
Yeah, I just hope it's soon enough.
Yes, well, these things, they do take time, but there's money here. Don't let them tell you there isn't. They'll get this fixed as soon as they figure out exactly who it is responsible for paying for it.
Yeah, in the meantime, perhaps we should move back a little bit.
Whatever do you mean?
Well, a giant hole into the sewer and beyond could be dangerous to slip and fall into. That's all.
Oh, sure enough, but if anyone fell down there, they'd be dead from the fall before we'd have a chance to help them. So...
Right, which is why we should stay back.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it.
Not convincing?
They're not really going to see the urgency that you're trying to impart here. They don't seem to be that perceptive based on their role.
Okay, well, I'll start to kind of saunter away a little bit, like it's not interesting me anymore. Maybe he'll move on.
Okay, so if you are going to kind of back up, then they are also going to move on at this point. Their business in the day, bringing them to other tasks, as none of them are aware of what is going on underneath their feet at this very moment, so they have no reason to be suspicious. In the meantime, your companions who are discussing what exactly to do and who's going first down into these sewers and whether or not to loot bodies or try and make friends, you don't hear or see anything temple side either in terms of this abomination and any sort of like cries or appearance of tentacles coming up the stairs. For the time being, it's eerily silent.
And it's what time is it now? Is it still like early evening?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really pushed past the 4 o'clock hour.
It's gonna be nighttime soon enough anyway, and our current HQ is in this very basement. So unless we want to abandon this entirely and find a new lodging, we're gonna have to go down there.
Well, I'm kind of with you in that I don't like not knowing where it is and where it's going to pop up. We should at least figure that out.
I think going down and maybe fighting it at range or investigating.
At least investigate.
North out of town.
We can always come back up.
Okay. From there, who wants to make the journey down into the sewers, and who will remain?
I'll head down.
I'll go down.
I would bravely like to go in the middle.
Sure does.
Okay, that's 3 headed down. Is everyone going, or is it sounds like the rogue might remain as well as the wizard?
Rogue, it'd be really nice if you could provide us a little help up front. I'm gonna head down.
Oh wait, sorry. If there's nobody else, I'll stay behind. That's fine. I'll try to watch the temple and the whole.
Okay, so Garen, you'll stay behind, and then the other 4 headed into the sewers to see what they can learn? it sounds like.
Or do we want Garrett? Do we want you down there? If we're gonna end up fighting this at range, it'd be nice to have all of our spellcasters down there.
So we're gonna go looking for a fight.
No,
No.
we're going to.
If
We're
it
We're
turns,
looking to
avoid the
not
fight.
fight something. We just need to
Yes.
know where it is so that we can then not fight it.
but if
Exactly.
we fight it, it'd be nice to have a spellcaster there.
So are we leaving someone up here or no?
I think
I
it
think
should be,
not.
but if we're all going to go down, we're all going to go down. The priestess knows where it is, so if she happens to come back, she knows to go down the staircase.
Okay.
But we also told her we would watch the temple.
Yeah.
I start singing closing time.
Sure.
Yes. Can the temple doors be closed and barred or something?
There really aren't doors anymore, but as you may remember, you did
right,
already
first off.
usher all of the people out of here, so there's not really anyone milling about at this point.
But they might be near that giant hole, but I don't guess there's much we can do about that.
Natural selection.
Don't worry, they'll rebuild it.
Okay, it sounds like everyone's going down into the sewers, so I'm going to transfer us over to that, and I will go ahead and drop some tokens down. Once you get down into the basement, you will still be treated with the eerie silence that was kind of laying is not the right word, but it was kind of permeating the air upstairs, and there's no change down here. You hear the distant bloop of sewage running in the channel beyond. There's kind of just the acrid stench and foulness that you've become accustomed, but no sound of a massive hulking abomination scouring through the corridors and devouring random sewer folk. So, good news? Question mark?
Good.
Did it leave a trail?
Like a slug trail?
Are you going out into the hallway to investigate?
As long as they're down here, I
Sure,
guess.
why not?
Find it.
All right, Jassir, get your token down. Zaris, get your token down. And last but not least, Vol, get your token down there. Okay. Zooming in. So, Garen, you were going to go out into the hall and see?
Yep.
Okay. You are going to be able to tell that. Let's make sure I've got the right. It looks like where this creature was headed is pretty obvious, as it has left a slime trail of blood and gore across the tile where it has passed. And
Ew.
there seems to be part of it is like just portions of this creature's essence just like staining it like a slug, and the other portion of it seems to be that this creature's form of devouring its victims is so violent that it leaves just the gore on its flesh as it continues to progress, and some of this is likely the blood of its recently slain. Grab those tokens and move them out of there now, because they're not there.
Do we see that through, behind Karen, or on the floor underneath Karen?
Yeah.
Can I just like go into stealth at this point? Once
Absolutely.
I see all the goop.
Go ahead and give
Right,
me a stealth roll. Okay, Garen. Nice there, Ash. But Garen, what are you doing? I ask specifically just because you're in the lead right now.
Well, at the moment, I was kind of just seeing where it went, and I was going to let them know and ask them what they wanted to do.
Okay.
pretty gory, and it definitely went north.
So are we following it? That's why we came down, right?
Well, are those
I'm
two
assuming so.
creatures from the sewer still hiding out? Can you see them? South?
They
Oh.
were south.
There's no noise down here at all, except for the gurgle of the sewage.
Well, if I were trying to hide from that thing, I'd want to make no noise too.
That's a good point.
And do I remember you saying?
I mean,
that
we
the
can go
temple
south
is
and
south?
look.
Yeah, let's go
Oh,
look.
I'm sorry, what?
I thought I remembered you saying that the temple is south. If it went north, let's keep an eye out behind us and let's go south.
Sounds good.
Okay.
At least
Yes, the sigil down there.
Okay.
So, heading to the south, go ahead and who is going to be the first to look around that corner and investigate that room?
I'll do it.
All right.
Rogue is a good choice.
Rogue is a good choice. Also,
Yes.
with that not nat 20, with a regular 20 stealth check, they are currently managing to do a very good job of keeping a low and inconspicuous profile. Now, as you round that corner, you are going to see that... One moment, I'm going to go ahead and shift that token up there. You'll see the room is obviously still stained from the results of the previous, arcane discharge. But you are also going to see that it looks like the blood sigil on the ground is, for the time being, somewhat altered. Not as if it is without its own power still, but you can tell that the almost crackling arcane potential that it had seems muted somehow now. There's almost as if some amount of energy has been drained from it.
Can I look and see if all of the glyphs are still intact?
Looking, yes. That will... I'll take either an Arcana or an Investigate, depending. Ooh. Jasir, as you are going to begin investigating this and trying to make sense of it, you're going to accidentally blur the line between where the blood sigil and the creature's kind of vileness has just smeared across the dais. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Will do.
You can do it.
Oh, Jasir.
Sweet mama.
Okay.
Oh no.
You are going to begin to boil over as your blood begins to almost sort of superheat and writhe within your veins. Let me take a quick check of this. It looks like
Well,
you're going
it's
to
been
take
good.
a total of... That's going to be 26 damage.
Ow.
And you're just going to be blown backwards. On top of that, your flesh is going to take heavy scarring, as it looks like literally there are points in your veins and arteries where they just sort of burst out from underneath the skin. It's pretty ugly. Had this thing been fully charged, you wonder if you would not have been almost instantly reduced to some puddle of gore.
I'm definitely down. Am I straight up dead?
So roll a death saving throw.
If he makes it, I'm gonna run in there and
Okay,
cast
so
Cure on
that
it.
is It is
my
one
God.
failure. You have 2 more failures before you die. So that's about 12 in-game seconds. What is the party going to do during this time as they watch the cleric attempt to investigate in an attempt, see if it's safe, see if maybe it's capable of moving beyond, and be horrifically rebuked by Slurgia's power?
Does it look
You said
it
his
has
body was blown back, right?
Yes.
even more than it was before?
Sorry, did you ask if the sigil seemed less powerful?
Yes.
Hard to tell at this point. You'd have to give me an Arcana check.
Can I?
Or
Do,
just go
do I have
poke
enough
it.
time to run up there and cast a cure on him?
Yeah, you can. There is definitely time. All right, with that 7, you are not able to tell at a distance. Would you like to investigate closer?
I don't think so.
Okay. So that 7 on the cure wounds is going to be enough to get Jasir up and back conscious again, having knit together the flesh and precious tissues necessary to keep their blood inside of their body. Jasir, you're going to find your liveliness begins to restore and your eyes once again open as you feel this like wholeness and this presence of center almost fleetingly leave from your body as your consciousness returns, the druid's restorative magic passing over you.
I am never going near that thing again.
That was fun. What else do you guys want to do down here?
I will say a little prayer to my goddess, thanking her for helping my companion there.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Su-
go ahead and
Soothing goddess most righteous.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself.
All right. Go ahead and make that roll. But our rogue Ash, as pertinent as that question may seem, is no less wrong in asking it. Like, what else do you want to do down here?
I don't like it down here.
Vol does not know a lot about like written magic like this. Is there like he's kind of looking for, without touching, like a switch or some sort of arcane energy attaching to the ruin and this table and chest area?
Oh, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Pop.
You are going to definitely detect that there is an arcana that kind of emanates from the altar and also the glyph work to the south of it. The chest itself does not seem to have, or really anything else, any kind of obvious magical properties, but these two things seem to have an almost supernatural quality to them, the way they sort of almost have a radioactive presence.
I have a
Does
question.
one seem to be feeding the other?
Yes, certainly. With the 16, you're capable of kind of inferring based on the way that it's structured that likely this effigy is being used to power the glyph.
I pull out oil, tinderbox, and a couple of torches and just start getting some things together.
Okay. Just gonna get some things together. Gotcha. Least suspicious wording of that I've ever heard. Garen, what were you saying?
There was a dagger in that chest, correct?
There was.
It looked like a sacrificial dagger, and didn't someone say it had magical properties?
It
Yeah.
did. All of those things are correct. Yes.
What did you do with it? Did
They
someone
put
take
it back in there.
So is it there now?
Yes. But I was wondering if it has something to do with somebody gets by this glyph, you know?
Can I check to see if that dagger's still there?
That dagger is still there.
Does it look altered in any way? Like it's still in that general same location it was in before?
Yes, it seems as if it has not been touched or moved since you all last were in here, which
Got it.
was not that long ago. I mean, you were in here earlier this morning as you were all just beginning to kind of investigate this and poke around in the sewers. So it doesn't look like in the last couple hours that there's been any disturbance of the item in the chest.
Do you think it might? Well, without knowing too much about it, I don't really have a lot of arcana, so I'll ask the wizards, the wizard and the sorcerer, if they think it might have something to do with a way to hurt that monster.
I am very interested in this sigil and anything connected to it. I want to learn more about what makes the world work. So yeah, can I connect this dagger with the effect of the sigil? And is there some sort of connection between things that are brought forth from it and how to destroy it with that?
You'd have to give me an arcana check for that in terms of to see if you could find some sort of link there. That will also, I'm just going to say at this point, these sorts of investigations and analysis do start to take time, as going over the minutia of spell work is something that you need an eye for detail if you're not going to miss any relevant, information. So I'm going to ask, how quickly are you all going to try to accomplish these arcana checks, kind of / how long are you trying to remain down here?
Yeah, it's getting
Well, if they're doing that, I was going to ask, because the cleric wanted to find where the monster went, because we can kind of go track that if they're investigating stuff. I mean, from a distance.
I definitely, Jester definitely did want to do that, but after having a near-death experience, Jester's a little sick of being in the sewers today.
Since it will take some time to do that, I want to just poke my head out and see if I can see corpses or hiding bodies of those sewer folk.
Okay.
Down to the south.
So, since nobody else can go, when you're done with them, I probably will shift again, use my last one for the day, and see if I can't at least figure out where it went.
Okay, so you're going to go north, and then Zaris is going to go south. And while Vol is sort of trying to figure out exactly what is going on in all of this area. So from there, Jasir, are you just hanging out at this point?
If people are exploring and researching, would I be able to take a short rest?
The short rest takes an hour unless
An
you've
hour?
got something to modify that. There are some abilities and whatnot that do. So that's really more of a question of how long you get to go undisturbed. Do you feel like you have an hour?
Why don't you start on it? And if
I'll
for
go.
some reason that hour does not
I'll try
allow
for
itself
an
to be
hour.
completed,
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll sit. Jester will sit down against the wall, collect his breath, and try to rest.
You guys are gonna chill here in this altar room?
Well, no, I take apart all the torches that I wrapped around the oil flask and the rope that I tied them all together and the little bit of tinderbox, and I kind of dismantle that, and I go over to the chest. And you said this dagger is supposed to do something, and I pull the dagger out of the chest with the rune.
Yep.
Sorry, I meant to. I want to go back to our main room first before resting.
Okay. Jasir's going back to the main room.
So, yeah, I'm done with that.
All right. You're going to pull this dagger out of the chest, and immediately as you do so, you're going to feel this pulse kind of ripple into your body from the dagger. It does not immediately make itself apparent or its magical properties known, but it's obvious that this thing has a certain amount of latent arcane energy.
do either one of the hands have a like stab wound in it? Because it looks like the hands are up. Do either of the hands of that statue have like wounds on them?
No, the hands of the statue are also, it's worth noting, badly deformed because of the fact that this is an effigy to Slurgia. So, like, the face is bent in, the eyes are misset, the shape itself is kind of gruesome and hobbled. Though the arms are spread out, that doesn't seem to have any kind of, like, obvious knife wounds on them.
Then I'm just going to, while they're doing their thing, just take the knife and just see if I can find a spot somewhere on this stupid statue to put it in and like key it.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigate as you attempt to do that. And then
He's gonna key the statue.
while you're doing that, Zaris and Garen, you are going in opposite directions. Garen, how far north are you going to try and track this thing is kind of my first question.
First, I'll probably just go up to that very first sewer area where the guy was fishing, where those step grates were.
Okay, going up to that junction.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and slide your token there. I'm gonna go ahead. You're going.
Sorry, I had to keep it zoomed in
No,
so I
you're-
can't see.
You're fine. So as you get yourself slid up to that area, you are going to see what looks to be the obvious signs of the creature's journey to the east, indicating that whether or not it has found that hive of sewer dwellers, you are unsure, but it is certainly headed in that direction.
And that's the same direction the hole up top is, right?
More or less, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
Okay. So, you're going to keep following behind that creature to the next junction? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay.
Should I go ahead and move?
Yes, please. And then I'm going to cut back down to Zaris in the south. Zaris, as you begin to poke your head around the corner and see if there are any of those sewer folks still alive, you do, in fact, manage to catch two of them cowering. It looks like they've hidden themselves underneath those grates to the south there and are just like clinging in the shadows, not making much of an attempt to conceal themselves, however, as they're like panicked breathing and almost like a kind of bemoaned sobbing is enough to give them away as you approach. Your passive perception enough to spot them in a pretty failed stealth check.
I'm going to be busy disguising myself as one of these undesirable people.
Okay. Adding, that is going to be a rather disgusting process in terms of just like all of the reason that they're undesirable is the fact that they're, mostly covered in sewage. But you are going to have the tools available to you, certainly, to kind of like alter your appearance and rough up your clothes and make yourself, kind of like walk with a limp and hunched over.
Smear sewage in your hair.
Only if you're really going for that authentic disguise. But Zarus, as you find those two who are kind of making their way out of the shadows and are going to see you as well and begin to kind of freeze, what are you going to do?
Well, trying to just casually approach one a couple hours ago didn't seem to work very well. But I think I'll try it again. I will just sort of wave at them like, "Hello, are you okay?"
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check as you attempt to once again not startle these fairly fragile people. Much better than last time, as they're going to
Not
this
a two.
time clearly show shock, but look at you. Did you see it? Did you see the thing that came by? It was awful. What was that thing?
My friend described it. It sounds disgusting. I'm so glad that you're safe. I don't know, but there's this glowing red sigil in the room here. It zapped another person. Do you know what this is?
They both shake their head frantically. We don't know. This is bad.
Come
This
with
is
us.
very bad.
This is a very bad situation. I think you'd be safer with us, or is there somewhere else that you'd feel safe?
We were going to try and get back to back to our house, but it went that way. I think
went
it
back
heard
towards
the
your
others.
Oh, well, come with me. We'll go. My friends are up that way too, and maybe we can all together go see if your house is safe.
Okay, from there they will, without reason to disagree, they're going to kind of fall in line behind you, Zaris, and start kind of timidly
Minions.
accompanying you. Okay.
Okay, I'll lead them back, and I see that our friend's trying to catch his breath and relax. And then the three of us come across our newly decorated. I don't know who this is. I've never seen this person
That
before
will
in my life.
depend on their persuasion check,
Maybe.
actually. Or sorry, not persuasion,
That's what I'm
deception
good
check.
at. Yeah.
Will Ash go ahead and give me a deception check, as you now have been trying to disguise yourself. So these sewer folk may, in fact, not even... Hold on. Okay, it looks like they are not going to be perceptive enough to call, foul on you, but they don't seem to, express some sort of, camaraderie or familiarity with your disguise, as if perhaps you're one of them that they don't know. But they also, it seems, are going to look at you and kind of consider that you're probably in a similar position that they are for the time being. So...
And I'm maintain that deception as much as I can.
You got it.
I can see that he's definitely changed his appearance, and I get that he does stuff like this, so I'm gonna just introduce myself to him. Hello, my name is Zaris.
Hello, what happened down here? I'm coming with you guys.
Yes, these two also. They saw something absolutely hideous. Giant monsters, all sorts of disgusting. And we're afraid for their homes, so we're gonna see if there's anyone else who needs help and head back that way.
All right. As that's
happening, these tunnels well.
Returning to the matter of the investigation of the altar, you are not going to find anything where it looks like this knife properly fits. The investigation is going to bring you instead to the conclusion that, judging by the pool of darkened, rotted blood at the feet of the altar, it looks like there have been many sacrifices made over a long period of time, as there are separate layers of caked on blood that each seems to have kind of a different almost age and state of desiccation to it. So you're not going to be able to solve that just outright by finding a place to stick the knife in, And before we cover what Garen is going to discover in her journey to the junction in the north, and what likely horrors have befallen those, at this point, what are kind of just a poor, woe-begotten sewer folk at the hands of this shambling, mouthing chaoser, we are going to take a quick 5-10 minute break to allow our players and myself to get some more water and tea, grab a snack, use the restroom, those sorts of things. We will be back, and after that we will get back to more questing action and see if one of our players runs afoul of the traps or the monster that dwell down in the sewers, as there are many things still to be discovered, and the players have quite a ways to go before they will be safe for the evening. So join us on the second half tonight of So You Think You Can Quest, as we continue to pit adventurers against a custom game world of my design for cash prizes, precious stones, and all the while help raise money for rotating community charities. Thank you very much, and I'm going to now just play us out into the interim with a little bit of Mississippi Bones. Hello. If you're hearing this, chances are you're not joining us on Sundays or Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, when you could be a contestant or a fan and follower and participant in the Twitch chat or public Discord, interacting with the contestants as they progress through this most devious and dangerous of game worlds. Be a companion that whispers in their ear like an annoying sprite, a la Legend of Zelda and Navi, and drive them mad, force them to claw at the very air around them and question their own sanity. Or, you could help them out or whatever and make some friends and maybe, learn to form, positive human relationships or something. But, that's pretty, let's drive them nuts! All of that and more on this episode of So You Think You Can Quest, but you'll have to stay tuned for the next 2 hours. Thanks for watching. Bye. Welcome back to the second half of the Tuesday episode of So You Think You Can Quest. And it looks like we won't be having a Thanksgiving feast here, but a horrific flesh monster will be gorging itself on a veritable buffet of ne'er-do-wells. So, I'm going to rejoin us with the sorcerer who's currently standing in front of the rotting effigy to a dark goddess underneath, dozens of feet of rock and earth concealed from the daylight, poking around with a cursed dagger next to a massive blood sigil that just summoned an otherworldly flesh horror. Vol, what would you like to do?
This shit ain't working. I kind of just put the dagger, I guess, in my belt, And I kind of head back to the hallway where I heard the conversation between the sewer peeps.
Okay. That is going to sort of, it sounds, based on the way that the previous group was talking, is going to bring everyone back towards the sort of center basement room while Garen scouts ahead. And I will forego that conversation instead to talk about what Garen is witnessing as she rounds the corner into what was that sort of den of iniquity. And Garen, you are going to look south now, and what was this previous scene has turned to one of gruesome horror, as you see that there is blood and debris all over the walls. There are the leavings of freshly slain bodies. There are some floating about in the actual, like, the sewer channel. There's the remnants of combat. It looks like this creature, judging by the trail, likely hugged the wall and then proceeded to make its way across the steps while slaying anything that got in its way. And the door that you're seeing there to the south that was guarding the massive staircase has been broken apart, and it looks like wherever this creature is now, it has descended deeper into the sublevels of the structures beneath Hope's Rise for the time being.
Well, she's a little sick to her stomach right now. Is there anyone alive?
Go ahead and give me a perception check as you scan the room and try to listen for the sounds of possible survivors or otherwise people who might have managed to hide themselves. Okay, 20 perception. You are going to, glancing around, find a survivor that has concealed themselves to the far east near the very, very end of your vision, where there is this stair here. Whoop. Draw the line from where you are, and you see there, I'll reveal a little bit more of that so there's some more context for it. There is an archway also for a staircase that goes deeper into the ground here. Not at the same slope that the one to the south of you does, but certainly it looks as if it's working its way deeper into the substructure. From there, I mean, that's the scene. This person seems to just be like huddled in this doorway, holding themselves. With the 20 perception, you can see that they've just got this vacant look in their eyes.
I'm gonna get a little closer. I don't want to scare the crap out of him, but I want to see if he's saying anything, doing anything, holding anything.
Okay, how close is close?
The top of this other stairway right here.
Okay. Drawing that near, you're going to see that their eyes are reflecting back as if completely dilated. Their irises pretty much pushed out of the visible portion of their eyeball as their pupils have become like that of shark's eyes practically, and they are almost weeping openly as they stare forward past you into the distance. It looks like this person is clearly not in their right state of mind, and whatever it is that is wrong with them is has them in the throes of something truly horrific, as they are just sort of trembling, having kind of like a waking seizure almost. They are seemingly mumbling something, but you can't quite really tell what it is.
When I felt that in my mind, what was it I was feeling exactly, or did it not? Was it just a fuzzy because I wasn't fully taken over or anything?
Well, I guess describe that question a little bit more. And also give me a religion check.
Okay, basically what I'm trying to figure out is if he's suffering from the effects of something it did to his mind, or if it's just he snapped.
Right. Yes. Then the religion check stands with the 14. It looks like this person is in the throes of something beyond just everyday kind of a mental breakdown through sudden onset of trauma. This looks like this person has been pushed and is actively in the throes of something that is mystical in scope.
I'm gonna go to the bottom of the stairs, see if I can make out anything more.
Okay. Going to the bottom of the stairs, you are going to notice then something that probably saved the lives of countless townsfolk in the form of random happenstance, which is that it looks like this particular staircase, which would otherwise probably by the measure of it lead to the very hole that is broken open in the surface that you saw. It looks like it has collapsed and otherwise been... Oh, polygon reveal betrays me. There we go. And has otherwise been filled to the brim with rubble and debris, and you are not going to be able to proceed any further. And it also explains why this person has not fled from here deeper yet into safety somewhere beyond, and are instead now just cowering in the place that is probably the farthest that they could get away from that creature in this room.
Well, one piece of good news, it's not going up that way.
All right, Garen.
I'm gonna go back to the party and let them know what happened, and also what's going on with this guy, and about the door specifically, and that it went down.
Okay.
Okay.
Rejoining the party then, if you want to slide your token on over to that room when you get a sec. I will refocus our attention there with a quick snap to center. Party folk, you and the other two sewer dwellers are now kind of in this common basement area, looking at each other with a certain amount of mutual confusion, as though some of you have training and study for this sort of situation. No one is really on familiar ground right now, and they are going to sort of just keep to themselves unless otherwise implored to speak. Please, whoever wants to kind of...
So there's
Yeah.
how many of the sewer people are down here with us?
There's two right now. Technically, Ash is in disguise as a sewer person, but it is not the best disguise ever.
So they
Sure.
recognize me as a sewer person, but not one that they know.
Yes.
So I'm gonna cower with them and try to, make small talk with them, see if I can befriend them.
Okay. In doing so, go ahead and give me a deception check and see if you can perhaps maybe, with a clever story and a certain amount of appropriate wording and verbiage, kind of put them at ease. I'm going to roll against that. Let's see what you've got. Okay, it looks like they're going to be a little less keen this time, as they were surprisingly observant in that last go-around. And this time they're not going to think of you as somebody that they trust by the end of your sort of plying them and sitting amongst them and kind of sharing familiar looks, but you are going to manage to get them to stop kind of like eyeing you and trying to see exactly what you're about. And by the end of your sort of small patter with them, they're going to be otherwise at least willing to speak to you.
Excellent. I would like to, if I could maybe do a medicine check to help them out, bandage them up if they need, and calm them, their minds. And if you can convince them of my good intention, since they seem to be, getting along with you better, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I'm going to, try to be the liaison between the parties and see if we can get everyone to trust each other. And that is what I'm going to do, is kind of introduce work in that fashion.
All right, go ahead and I'm going to need more specific wording from you in terms of how you're going to go about doing that, because this could be a persuasion or a deception roll, depending on how you choose to play with the truth in this particular situation.
So
I'd
I'd like
to
to
be
pull
actually-
out 2 rations and hand that to them to give Ash the help action.
Okay. Right. Go ahead and with that, make a deception check to make it seem like this is some sort of random act of kindness and not like a familiar thing between friends or otherwise business associates. And then go ahead and also give me the medicine check that you spoke of earlier. Zarus. All right, with a 16,
Okay.
you are going to be able to quite easily start like looking at these people's belongings, and with just
Looting them.
What'd you say?
Looking through their belongings, like
And
Looting them while they're
immediately
still alive.
identifying things that are like, oh, this is just like crusted in blood, and like or this is just dried on sewage, and like there are at least down here simple robes and traveling cloak amongst the storage supplies for the priestesses. So very quickly you're going to be able to like increase these people's hygiene like 1,000-fold and get them washed up, and in doing so they are clearly still riddled with a number of other ailments that might be a little bit more long term, but for the moment they're going to kind of feel a lot more at ease, and you can see they're kind of just going to volunteer in this time, like what are you folks doing down here?
Yeah.
I nudge Ash, and I was like, well, because Ash doesn't speak up, Vol kind of steps in front of him and says, we're here from the guild, and I hand him the rations, and we're actually going to need your help. We need a little information about what's going on down here.
Well, I told you these guys were okay. Thank God you're here.
They're gonna look at you and say, "Well, what kind of help do you need? You're not talking about going back out into that hallway, are you?"
No. Please, calm down. Eat your food and just listen. We don't know anything about this environment, and we need to get deeper. How do we do that?
You mean downward?
I do mean.
Well, the fastest way straight down, is well, it's the actual sewer pipes themselves, but you'd have to, swim through something that I think we all agree we'd rather die. The past that, there's staircases littered throughout the sewers, but sometimes they're collapsed and sometimes there's a lot of things down here. There's people down here. The sewers are only part of everything underneath the surface of this city. There's a lot of ancient places. Hope's Rise was... It used to be other cities, no, it was always Hope's Rise, but if you spend enough time down here, you'll find things that used to be marketplaces, buried houses, fallen towers, and the sewers just connect right into them. There's no there's no difference. You can just be wandering around down here one day and just be lost forever. And then the next thing you know, there's spiders or goblins or it's massive creatures that come out of the shadows with tentacles in their eyes and the acid in the mouth. And it's just the other one steps in at this point, who seems to have a little bit calmer head, and says,
I start petting him a little bit as he's freaking out.
what he means to say is that it's difficult down here to say what the fastest way down, but I've been here a little longer, and we were getting paid to sit on that entryway by well, this is going to sound pretty unbelievable.
After what we saw with that thing,
This is a step in that direction. You'll see. We all have kind of an extended family down here, a network of people that we know, and places that are safe to stay, and others that are to be avoided. And we got funding from a man who said he was working for, well, a local, well, they're thieves. He says bluntly after a moment of trying to think of how to couch it. They have an organization, and they move through the sewers. They try and stay well informed about everything that's going on down here, and so they pay folks like us to both fish the bodies out of the water and look for interesting things, as well as help them cover their crimes. You see, if we're pulling the bodies out of the water and disposing of them, then that means that any bodies that they throw into the sewers are as good as taken care of. And so we don't ask too many
sounds
questions.
like good work.
And how much do they pay you?
Well, they pay the bosses, and the bosses pay us. We mostly just sort through the corpses. It's the bosses that tell us what's interesting, what's not interesting, what's worth money, what isn't.
So, to a sewer person, I'm assuming this is going to be a lot. I pull out 2 gold coins, and I kind of split them into one in each hand, and I show to each of the. And looking around, I pull out a third at this point, and I say, "This will be one for each of you if you take us to the bosses. You don't have to tell the bosses about this. Just get us there."
But
You guys, let's do it.
And I flip him the
Wait.
coin.
If I get a chance to pull them aside from talking to the sewer people, because I don't want to say it in front of them, I want to tell them what happened over there and that there's still someone over there. And that there's a wide open door.
all right, Garen making these announcements, clearly, does that affect everybody's train of thought here, or are you going to, I mean, because these people are clearly jumping at the idea of this silver piece at this point. Given what has just transpired down here, likely their, well, living has been disrupted, and they could use all the coinage they could get.
And I'm going to help encourage them to go along with it.
Nice.
Okay,
So we
just
got a gold piece for each of them.
A silver.
No, I said gold.
Oh, you said gold?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
swear to God, I heard silver.
I heard
no.
gold too.
I'm gonna bribe them.
Oh, then that changes it considerably. I'm glad that we had that
was
clarification.
gonna try
So
to be nice and
they are going to be much more talkative now at this point, and they're gonna say, based on their relative knowledge, which seems
I
to
was
be
going to ask their
fairly
names and try to,
comprehensive. They're
Quran,
going to
I'm
explain that they work for, or their little organization at this end of the sewer was known as the Ladle Gang. And the Ladle Gang specifically used to be run by a man named Rommel, but based on the description of what Garen has provided and what they're describing, there's a very good chance that that human could be dead right now. As they say that Rommel makes residence back over just up and around in their sort of like end of the sewer there, where they guard the front of that gate for this organization. And they are then going to explain that it seems like there are two different sets of people paying the boss. There's the people who are paying them to fish bodies out of the sewers, and there's people paying them for the interesting objects that they recover. And then there's also someone that shows up every once in a while and seems to make adjustments to the door and the mechanisms that control it, and then leaves mysteriously. The boss seems to be much more afraid of that person than the ones that they're kind of working for actively. The ones that they're working for on a more routine basis are known as a couple of different like long form handles, because they don't have an official name, but everyone knows them most commonly as, they say, the Print Setters Union, because this particular organization that pays them and traffics through the sewers also, as they explain, is responsible for distributing quite a bit of like salacious and seditious material around the town that is coded into otherwise more benign or unsuspicious documents that are posted in town bulletin boards and passed around tavern halls. And these print setters pay top dollar in order to basically keep a hold on all of the actions and the movements of what's going on down here, in order to maintain a certain amount of free passage that goes unsupervised and uncontrolled by the guards. The print setters are also, however, not going to be the easiest ones to get a hold of, as he explains that he can't really take you to them because he doesn't, like, they send people to us that we then exchange goods for. I couldn't, you'd have to follow one of them.
And the Print Setters Union are the one who told you to sit on this door to the south?
No. The print setters pay us for the things that we fish out of the gutter. The door to the south, that's... I don't know.
Come on, man. And I kind of sit down and like wrap an arm around his shoulder, and I try and convince him to go ahead and spill it.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Tell him.
With the 21, actually, you are going to get this person's trust finally, as they say, I don't know their name, but they've got magic. They're some sort of genius or something. They can do things with gears and lights and colors, and they always wear a mask, and the boss doesn't know who they are either, and they show up, and we all have to leave while they change the locks to the doors and the levers and the winches. And they don't tell us much. They just pay us. I don't know what to tell you. They always show up from the east. No, the west.
I thank him. I stand up. I say, "Enjoy your rations," and I go and I join Garen in the group, and I relay that information about the print setters and all the different that are paying everyone of the sewer people down here.
And just checking, and at this point, would I have completed the short rest?
At this point, You are, I mean, we're more or less like just through real-time dialogue, we're about a half an hour, 40 minutes into it, so you're coming into the home stretch.
I'd like to talk with them and, ask their names, see if they're if they've got, friends or family that they're worried about.
In regards to the question of friends and family, they both shake their head no in a almost like a confused manner, as if would they have those things, they would not be where they are. One of them introduces themselves as Boz, and the other one introduces themselves as Oblin. I can type that into chat for everyone.
While we're talking about family, I want to tell them that I have a brother, and I was wondering if they have ever heard of a guy named Ember in their work. Ember.
Ember. It looks like one of them is going to not know, and then the other one is going to remember something and say, what do they look like?
They're about my height, a little bit older. He's my older brother. So he looks a little like me.
Maybe, they'll say plyingly, looking at each other and then looking back at you.
So you have heard of him? You have met him? I've been looking for him.
Well, yeah, we might have met someone that looks like you.
Where? You have to tell me where.
Outskirts of town.
How long ago?
About 5 weeks ago.
Oh my! Did you talk to him? Did he happen to tell you where he was going or where he's coming from or anything?
They're gonna shake their heads and say that they don't know anything past that.
Cool. Well, thanks. That's as far as as much information I've gotten is from anyone. So thank you. I appreciate it. We're bonding now for sure.
You're gonna tell them that this is bonding. We're bonding. We've bonded now. We're friends. You trust me.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
It's just this escalates so fast. So this information in hand, how does the party want to proceed?
With knowing some of that, that room that I was in, that they were all living in, that no one is currently living in, we might want to go check it out. The monster seems to be gone underground down there, but there might be a lot of other information still over there.
Yeah, sounds good.
It's a smart plan.
Yeah, I'd like to stay here until the short rest, but then would like to
Yeah.
go with.
We'll finish that up for you first.
Okay. Finishing that short rest won't take but, maybe 10 minutes at this point. Boz and Oblin are not wanting to leave the relative security of this room, which they are definitely eyeing the supplies down here shiftily, but for the most part are happy to just hole up in their newfound cloaks with this gold coin each and these meager rations here that to you would prefer to never eat again, what with them being preserved for travel, but for them are a nice break from the kind of just scrounging and scrap that they usually subside upon. So, if no one's going to force them to go, is all 5 of the party heading off to that area?
Yeah.
They're willing to come with us and, lead the way?
No, they are not willing to go. I'm saying that
Not willing at all to go. Okay.
yeah, they are unwilling to go. They are going to remain.
Well, I will bravely go in the middle.
Okay.
Since I've been there before, I don't mind going first.
Yeah. Ash, are you staying with them?
I am going with you guys. I'm going to look back at them and saying, I'm going with them. Have fun. See ya. And then I'm with you guys, and hopefully I cleaned up a little bit with them. But
Yeah. You will have managed to, taken advantage of the same hospitality, like wash yourself under the guise of getting clean, and actually more or less just returning to a state of not having a disguise on at all. But, a disguise is relative to what somebody is trying to, discover, really. So,
look, guys, it's me.
that is going to lead the party back towards that end cap. I'm going to grab everyone's tokens
So,
here, and
do
I'm
we
just going to
wanna leave
shift us
anyone
over
with
there.
them?
Feel free to establish a
else?
new marching order, and I'm going to grab the...
We can still put the rogue in front if you want. So, because I haven't actually explored this room.
I'm going to start replacing some of these bodies here with the remains that's there, but this is a pretty good indication of where the slain in this room are, more or less, like kind of throughout those various puddles of blood.
Being very careful not to step on any of the bodies, I look at Garen, and I say, "You said there was someone still down here?"
Yes,
Almost-
and I kind of... Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Sorry,
I was
go
going to
ahead.
say, almost no sooner do you say that than out of the torchlight to the east steps the now still mumbling, hand-wringing, dilated-eyed, like literal madman who looks up at you all and is going to let out a terrible shriek, one that is unworldly, and begins to reverberate off the walls here as he starts to tear at his skin and scream out. Go ahead, everybody, give me a quick wisdom saving throw, as the effects of this are so haunting that they might otherwise... Oh, Garen.
I would like to use my Tides of Chaos on the very first saving throw.
Okay.
There.
Using your Tides of Chaos, you are going to allow your companion to re-roll that wisdom saving throw?
No, that's for me.
Oh,
I'm rolling with advantage.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see what
no.
you're saying. Oh,
All
okay,
about
that it
me.
didn't post into... okay, this makes total sense now. Got it. Then... I was going to say, I was like, I don't think you can use Tides of Chaos on you. So that's going to be enough to protect you. The only one... somebody hasn't made their wisdom save yet. Jassier, Vol, Zaris, Garen. I'm looking at you then, Ash. I'm gonna need a wisdom saving throw.
I'm just gonna have to roll a d20. My sheet's not up.
Your sheets. Okay, yeah, no, go for it. We've been having a little bit of trouble tonight. I've had a little bit of lag. There was some trouble at the start. We'll just be able to make do for this last hour, certainly. Roll
Do you know
that.
what my is off the top of your head? Anyone? I think it's significant.
I actually have your character sheet in front of me, so I can modify that. But roll the d20, please.
Hey.
All right, Ash, excellent. So the only one who is going to have to really deal with the ramifications of this is Garen. And Garen, as you hear this scream, and fittingly enough, based on your previous encounter with the terror that this creature represents as a physical manifestation, it's going to seep again into your soul. And you're going to find yourself frightened. as you are now more or less taking on that status effect.
Well, good thing you're sandwiched between 3 other people who are not frightened.
Good thing.
So long
don't
as you
have the
remain
effect of
within line of
but-
sight of your fear, you will have disadvantage. The thing causing fear, you will have disadvantage on your attacks and ability checks. As this is happening, how does everybody want to handle this situation? Is this person is clearly not in a well state, and if left to their own devices, is either going to begin self-harming or harming others.
I'm trying to get away.
Garen has had enough.
Are they sturdy? Are they a sturdy person?
Go ahead and give me an insight check to judge whether or not they might have a certain amount of wiry strength hidden underneath their rags and tattered shawl. 16. All right, this person does not look particularly sturdy, but there's something about the way that they're like in the throes of this tremble that it's like their entire body is like moving with the force of this seizure right now. So you think that they might have quite a bit of adrenaline flowing through their veins.
I kind of flex a little bit and then like crack my neck and I kind of tap the cleric and I say, "That's you, buddy."
Okay, I'll get a little closer, and would I be able to see? Are they stationary, or are they moving towards us?
At the moment, they after having let out that scream and started clawing at themselves, they're stationary. I mean, they're kind of staggering around in kind of a 10-foot radius, but they're not like charging towards you or advancing clearly.
Okay, I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy and just kind of like place like a shout behind them, like here. Oh, hold on. Just like 15 feet behind them to see if that'll just get their attention and have them go back the other way.
Okay. With that, it looks like for the time being that actually is going to be a suitable enough distraction. They seem easily suggestible, and with that sensory input, they're going to begin turning and staggering and heading towards the direction of where that came from. So they are going to start moving away.
Great.
Not far enough.
So do we want to?
Not quite.
I mean,
Did
we're
it
gonna
see
have-
something? Was it reacting to something, or just the presence of new strangers?
Seemingly to the presence of strangers.
Do we want to keep investigating, and if this guy starts charging at us, we can take him out?
I think so.
Is there anything we
yeah.
can do for him?
I don't want to get close enough where he could, whatever's affecting him could affect me, or have him bite me, or whatever's going on.
DM, when he screamed, was it in words or just screams?
It was just screams.
Oh, I'm right. Never mind.
Is that great? That's like kind of bridging the distance between the staircase that we're in front of and the other staircase. Is that something that us or him would be able to walk across, or what is it? Just kind of like holes?
It is. You could walk across it. The holes in it are large enough that if you misstepped, you could definitely find yourself like in a pretty vulnerable position. But the holes are not large enough for a human being to slip through. So it would be you just fall and then have to like pull your legs up out of the sewer grate kind of thing.
All right, got it. So turn to the rest of the party. It looks like he'd have some trouble making it across here, so we definitely have some distance on him. and would be able to react if things turn south.
Well,
Okay.
I'd like to do something for him, but I
Feel
have
free.
no skill.
Well, and I'm scared of him, so I can't really even do much.
Southward.
Okay. I'm gonna play
As
around
we're
with a
making
little
our
bit
way
of
south,
new music here, see how this works out. Journeying south, I see everyone's shifting their tiles accordingly. You see all of the carnage before you. There's bits of armor, weapons strewn about, and of course, everything that these people were previously busying themselves with working on. And this labyrinth is very noisy for some reason. Now, you are exactly in this investigation. What are you trying to do? I mean, what are the orders of priority? There's a lot of things you could be spending time on, or you could alternately be, after very specific targets right now.
I can't ignore that big pile of gold. Definitely, is that still?
Yeah,
what-
that.
That big pile of gold, if you count it, is not actually that large, but that gold is now strewn about the ground, and you'll have to sort through the blood and wreckage here in order to sort it to get it.
I'll take my water skin out and kind of pour some water out and take just like maybe 5 minutes max sorting through those.
Okay, taking 5 minutes. Go ahead and give me a quick, I'll call that a sleight of hand, as I imagine you're trying to do so as delicately and quickly as possible.
I'd like to look at the ledger after, too.
Okay. The ledger is badly damaged at this point, as it has more or less been soaked through with a combination of things that you likely don't want to consider, judging by the broken bodies laying nearby. However, it is still mostly intact. It looks intact in terms of the most recent pages. And that it seems to be in a pretty rough scrawl. Whoever was writing this was not literate, and penmanship was not a big focus of their efforts, if you will. But you think that with a couple minutes, maybe a half hour to an hour, you could easily piece together what was going on here. For the most part, just words like short sword, rusted, belt, silver, things like that are just like common adjectives, then accompanied by something that would otherwise cause them to be, not common adjectives accompanied by common items in terms of describing them or why they might be valuable. In terms of... Okay, so that's the ledger, and you went after the gold pile. In terms of that gold with the 12 sleight of hand, that is going to yield in the course of about 5 minutes a total of 25 gold pieces, actually.
Hey.
I could dig through some of that also with my sleight of hand.
Go ahead, and if you'd like to start pouring through this battlefield for similar riches, give me a sleight of hand check.
I would like to go around the bodies and see if there's anyone who's still alive.
Okay. At this point, those who might have been saved have been here long enough that they have expired. Would you have arrived maybe an hour earlier, you would have been able to perhaps help, but now those who were in the throes of death have found themselves meeting their relative makers.
Are you trying to say that if we didn't spend an hour talking, we could have done hero shit?
If that cleric hadn't had to have their short rest. But So that 17 sleight of hand is going to yield for you, Ash, having scooped up the obvious targets with that gold earlier. You're going to be looking more at a spattering of gold and some silver, but you still are going to uncover a total of, it looks like, 12 gold and a total of 34 silver pieces. Also only taking, a quick time to gather these things into your bag rather than, a more thorough investigation.
After they're done, I'd like to go down to that bottom, looks like bedroom there, to see if maybe it was the boss's room. I'd like to find a desk and see if there's anything relevant.
Okay, filling out
Yeah.
that area, you are going to see that there is a bed there, but little else other than another access point to kind of like an open sewer basin that seems fairly low. Like you could fall into it and perhaps have trouble getting out. It's low enough. But the other than that, this landing is pretty barren. The bed itself looks as if somebody has been sleeping in it pretty recently, and the mattress, though stained, is still stuffed with fresh straw.
I'd kind of like to check it out and underneath it, see if there's anything there.
All right. How much time do you want to spend doing that? Again, the difference between like an investigate and just a quick perception sort of thing.
I'd kind of like to investigate simply because I feel like there was a boss here somewhere and we're missing something.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that investigate then, as you start to turn the mattress, go through the pillowcases, start pulling handfuls of the straw out to see if this person was perhaps concealing something, looking for loose tiles around the bed, on the walls, underneath it, see if any of the actual bedposts are hollow. Maybe there's a compartment under these stairs that you walked down. Any number of things that somebody might try to engage in terms of like concealing wealth or just generally keeping track of stuff. With that 19, you're going to manage to find hidden amongst the bedding area over here in what is like a pouch that's been sealed into the inside of the mattress. There is a considerable stash of like rough cut gems and also silver and gold rings. They don't appear to have any particular amount of there's nothing descriptive about them, but they seem as if this stash together might be worth probably several hundred gold pieces.
Well, all right.
That is,
That's
with the
fantastic.
19, all you're going to be able to find. There doesn't seem to be anything else over here at the moment that really is much of a tip-off or any sort of useful information.
Okay.
All right, who's next? I see some people have moved over towards the various levers of this room. Jassir has moved over towards where the large clay pots and that chest are. And then also, Ash, you've moved your token down to where the door has been broken open into the halls of the caverns below, likely.
Yeah, following that bloody trail. That definitely seems like a place to go. Is this lever? I don't want to do any investigating and mess with this while she was down in that room. But once she's out, can I take a look and see if I can tell what this does?
You certainly can. I'll take an investigate in order to discover what it might be attached to.
Can do that.
All right, with an 11, you're going to, judging by where that lever is positioned, Imagine that it probably has some amount of control over the like drainage and flow between this moment moving the stream, this southern basin right here and this northern channel right here. This one being so low and this one still flowing. Likely you imagine this is some sort of basin in which you could divert excess in the event of some sort of flood or backage or something like that. You're not 100% sure what the use of this is and like why there is still any amount of sewage in it at all. Like why wouldn't they just drain this entirely? But that's your best guess on what this lever is probably attached to.
Sounds good. Yeah, with that, I think head back over to the others with the clay pots and bloody trail.
And while everyone else is investigating, I'm gonna check out the clay pots and open the chest that I'm standing in front of.
Okay. Those clay pots seem to be universally filled with various grades of alcohol. Some of it ranging from like the just cloyingly sweet, and it smells like it's probably just very cheap wine or brandy of some kind. And then the back ones actually have more of a, like, they've kind of got like a ferment of an ale or a beer of some kind. It's flat and a little rancid, but it's not nearly as like pungent as the first couple. Altogether, this is gallons and gallons of alcohol, but none of it particularly flammable. There's not like any spirits here. In that chest, I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Jess here. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Just sometimes I don't know if my voice or my Discord is cut out, so I'll double check because I just, I'm not trying to hassle anyone. But that 14 is going to save you, as that is the line. Oh man, opening this chest without first disarming the trap that is hidden in the catch below, you are going to see as the lid flips open that a well-placed dagger on a suspended lever basically is going to drive forward and almost catch you right in the eye, as it is you're going to be able to step back out of the way. Judging by the height that it's at, you think it probably would have struck most people like right in the top of the head, and it's easy to just take this dagger that's on the mechanically propelled arm and just scoot it aside. It's no problem at all, and the mechanism propelling it is no more complex than just like resetting like a tension line, so you could easily rearm it if you wanted to. But inside of this box, you are going to find quite an assortment of objects. And I would take this time to remind players that anything that you do not write down on your character sheet does not exist in this game. Inside, though, you find what is a short sword. There are a couple small bags that are filled with gold. How much, you'd have to take the time to count it, but judging by the size, you've likely stumbled upon somewhere between about like 50 to maybe 100, but that's probably pushing it. Then there is also in here what seems to be a very nice robe of some kind. It's not in any way damaged or stained. The dankness of the sewer has been otherwise kept at bay, and it is neatly folded. This particular robe is it's got kind of this white cream color to it.
Put it on.
I'll take a little bit to investigate the robe, see if there's any magical properties or if there's anything immediately apparent.
Okay, go ahead and give me. Are you going to use a detect magic or are you going to use an Arcana check? The Arcana check takes longer, is why I ask.
I'll do. I would have to do a ritual for detect magic. I'll cast the spell. I'll do detect magic.
Okay, you're gonna cast detect magic. As you do so, you do see there is an amount of magical dwemer being produced by this robe. You're not like overwhelmed by its presence, as it's not blinding. It doesn't seem to like emanate, like raw power in the same way that blood sigil did or the effigy did. But there seems to be something woven into the fabric of this that is undeniable in its weave. And it is going to be as you sort of open up your mind's eye to the detection of these otherworldly energies that you're also going to see that the trail of blood and slime left by this creature has in and of itself also a magical residue. And as you are considering that, you are going to hear a cry erupt from the doorway to the south, and the stairs, it looks like the closest to them, Ash, you are going to see mounting out of the darkness, now having grown considerably in size, having feasted on several more bodies and added to its mass and repugnance, the very creature that you all have been sort of tracking has managed to reach an end to its journey wherever it was and return now, seeking fresh bodies, drawn by the previous call of one driven mad by its own visage. This creature is going to begin shrieking and pulling itself up the stairway. Judging by the distance, actually...
Can I just pull those levers real quick? As soon as I hear that scream, I'm going to pull those levers I'm at.
Okay, go ahead
Good
and
idea.
pull those levers. As that happens, that is going to cause basically the winches on either side of the door to start going up. But as I had described, the door had been badly broken in half, and so the chains are basically just going to lift these two empty posts on either side of the door frame.
Guys, I don't think this is going to be our our saving factor here, and I start...
And in that time, the creature is going to advance a little bit further up this hallway.
Can I slip that robe on over my armor, or would that I have to take it off?
You'd have to take the armor off. There isn't enough clearance.
Rats.
How far is this thing from us?
Well, let's take a measurement here. It looks like, judging by the distance, it's about 75, 80 feet away. And I'm very soon going to take an initiative roll from everybody, unless this situation changes.
I'm not sure how we could change it at this point.
Hightail it out of here.
He's so damn big. What the heck? Crap.
That's scary.
All right. So, with that, if you're all going to... So you're all fleeing, is what I understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
throw on
think
my mage
that-
armor and run.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait for it to get 60 feet up, and then I'm going to hit it with Ray of Frost
I'm
and
gonna
keep
do that.
backing up.
I'm gonna do the same thing with Sacred Flame. I'm gonna keep like 60 feet apart of it and just blast it as we run.
Okay. Then that will, and that was kind of why I was asking. So if you are going to start kind of like trying to engage with it a little bit and slow it down and not just take a flat out retreat from it, then I will ask for initiative rolls from everyone, and we will get you on the board next to this creature. Don't forget to click on your token before you roll the initiative. Otherwise, it doesn't go directly into the turn tracker. I mean, it's no biggie, but it just saves me having to manually add it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, everybody went right into the turn tracker this time. I am so proud of this group. And it looks like this creature might be providing you with the time that you need, as it only is going to manage to pull a 13 out of its initiative order. Sort that, shift this over, and it looks like first is going to be Ash. Ash, you are up. The rogue, no surprise, catches the top of the order. What do you want to do here?
Am I within range to send out a hellish rebuke?
I believe hellish rebuke has to be an actual rebuke, if I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it has to have already damaged you.
If you want to go let it hit you.
I was reading it as an attack. I'm going to shoot an arrow at this thing. I'm not going to get closer. I'm going to continue backing away, but I'll stop long enough to shoot an arrow at it.
Okay. So go ahead, move your distance, roll your attack. That short bow it's not a natural one, so that is going to be a saving grace, but that arrow is going to go wild as you try to anticipate this creature's movements, and the arrow ends up just kind of like harmlessly turning aside as it shifts its weight, and the bulk of it kind of catches the arrow shaft from the side rather than the tip being driven directly into the monster. From there, that is so you're moving, and then your attack. Are you using your bonus action at all?
No, I'm just going to continue to get as far away from this as possible.
All right, cool. From there, if that's going to be your turn, we're going to pass over to Jasir Bronzer, the Dragonborn. They're on the other side. Oh, stream shifted. They're on the other side of this blood-stained table with the rest of your band as this other dimensional horror begins to pull itself up from the depths of this sewer. What do you want to do?
All right, I'm going to walk around. I'm going to walk around the table. Go. So I'll be 5, 10 feet. Then I'm just gonna measure real quick. Okay, so that's. I'm going to cast Sacred. I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
And that's that's a saving throw against.
That 18 is going to be enough to hit, and that creature is. What is your saving throw?
Should be spell save is 12.
12. Okay, that creature is going to be able to make the save. Or wait, no, Guiding Bolt just does its thing.
On a hit, the target takes.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say there's no saving throw for Guiding Bolt. That's why you have to roll to hit it.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead
That's 46.
and roll your Guiding Bolt damage. Also, the next creature to I believe, is it the next or is it everybody? I believe it's just the next one gets advantage on it.
Next attack.
Yeah, next attack gets advantage against it.
Before the end of my next turn.
Mm-hmm. You can just click on the text Guiding Bolt beneath that 18, and it will auto-roll the damage necessary. Like, actually in chat. Like, where you... Yeah. There you go.
There you
So 14 damage as you conjure forth the celestial equivalent of a lightning bolt, essentially in small form. This crackling lance seethes through the air and strikes this creature, and you see it just permeate its entire mass as it cries out in pain, shrieking as eyeballs rupture and teeth are clenched, and you see its like misshapen form just seizing in pain as this happens. Likely this attack of yours was exceedingly effective.
And I'll take the remainder of my movement, the remainder of my turn to just continue moving backwards another 20 feet.
Okay. From there, Jassier, we go to Zaris. Zaris, Locutora, what do you want to do? You now find yourself, unfortunately, the wizard and the closest to this massive monster. What do you want to do?
Well, hopefully I won't stay closest for long, but before I run screaming from this thing, I'd like to blast it with a scorching ray, or a few of them.
Okay.
I think that targets three rays for 2d6 each with 3 different attacks.
I believe so. And I think the rays are dexterity saving throws. I don't think that they're... Are they attacks? Oh, they are attacks. Go for it. Then roll your 3 attacks, please.
Is there a way to roll that directly from the spell?
You should be able to just click on Scorching Ray, and it should... like in your, not in the spell description, but you should also have Scorching Ray on your character sheet under your where your weapons and other spells
there, yeah.
Yeah, and then if you click on that, it'll make the Scorching Ray attack.
And that first one should have an advantage.
Yes, and it does, as a matter of fact. So roll with that again, please, as the music.
Okay. For the advantage.
Kind of, yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
I'll take that 17.
That 17 is going to be enough to hit. That 10 damage is going to be noted as a fiery lance burrows itself into this creature's flesh, and yet another howl permeates the air. You are... Well, you have 2 rays remaining, is the appropriate phrase there. So
Yes.
Go ahead and make those attack rolls.
Horrible.
Nice.
Okay. 14 damage total. Give me one more attack. Ooh.
No, natural 1.
Natural 1. Rolling for variance as you
Videos.
attempt to hurl this third beam into the creature and repel it backwards with a 1-2-3 counter strike, trying to make it realize that ascending these stairs is a decision that will cost it its very life. The creature is going to manage to 2, 3, 4. Not only duck that ray, but in doing so is going to flatten itself out and now basically be prone at the foot of this staircase, making ranged attacks against it will now have disadvantage. Until it, moves again. But from there, Zaris...
With that? Oh, and yeah, now I'm booking it. I've got my...
Go ahead, move
movement
your
away.
move your movement. You're welcome to slide your token wherever. I'm going to then move on to the actual creature's turn. while that prone would have been a nice little advantage from that failure in maybe a different set of initiative, it now immediately goes to that creature's turn, and it is hungry for blood. It's not going to lay there at the bottom of that staircase. That means this thing's going to be able to... It's going to have to spend most of its turn, but it's going to be able to get up to here. Let me double check that. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, okay, it's going to be able to get a little further. What is going to be most devastating about this is that as it enters into the full view of the torchlight, I am going to need everyone to give me wisdom saving throws as they are forced to gaze upon this creature's countenance. Garen, actually, I take that back. You will not be forced to, as you've already dealt with this once today. But that looks like Vol, Jassier, Zaris. Man, okay, wow, those are some banging wisdom saving throws. Go ahead and roll me a d20, Ash. I'm looking at your character sheet. You add +1 to your wisdom saving throws, so we'll see what that comes out as.
Sorry, I was trying to roll it from the sheet.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Ooh, Ash. You are going to find yourself, much like I described to Garen earlier, on the precipice of shadow and light, and your consciousness plunging forward into a darkness that it can't seem to navigate out of as the world seems to disappear from sight. And to the rest of the party, this is going to seem as if Ash now, their eyes have become like dilated and blackened over in the same way that the other mumbling madman in this room has. And Ash, you are going to be the subject of a fear at this point. You are going to, on your turn, be forced to flee immediately from the thing that has caused you this terror, unable to remain in the same line of sight with it. That is going to be the only one of you that succumbs to its fear, but I also am going to take a quick measurement. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All right. Not quite. So, from there, it is the creature's turn. We pass it over to Vol. Vol, you've resisted this creature's, like, psychic onslaught, but things are looking bleak.
I hit him with Ray of Frost, and then I just run.
Okay. Give me that Ray of Frost roll. That'll hit.
Flaccid 20.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the damage. 3, but that is going to cause this creature to get a little chilled and, you know, coagulate maybe a little more and not be quite as flexible and quick to pour itself over the stonework after you. Vol, you've done that, and then I see that you've moved. Mm-hmm. So then we move on to Garen. Garen, what are you going to do this turn?
Sorry, after moving the cat.
Sure.
I'm going to cast Moonbeam.
Okay, you've got it. Enters the spell or starts their turn there. Alright, cool. Just making sure on the clarification of that. It looks like it's going to be able to make the Constitution saving throw, as this thing has a fairly beastly constitution, but that is still only going to protect it from half of the damage. So I always round against players. That'll be 5 damage to this creature. And it being radiant, however, is going to cause it to flare up where this illumination is beginning to pour forth from the ceiling, and it's as if the creature is being bathed in this delicate flame that seems to lick at the edges of its skin, and where it has this exposed hideous flesh, you see like caustic wounds start to form as it is kind of currently under the effect of this. Then, Garen, you've moonbeamed. What else would you like to do for your turn?
I have a quick question. Because I can concentrate to hold it for a minute. Can I still move and keep it?
Yeah, concentration, you can still move. You just can't have any other concentration-based spells, and if you take damage or other things would otherwise interrupt it, you'll have to roll to keep it.
Okay, then I'm just going to move, and I'll end my turn here in a second.
Okay. Shifting away, we then move from Garen back to top of the order with Ash. Ash, it's funny because it's made you afraid of this thing, but I don't even know if that's really an update. You're currently in fear of this beast, and you have to flee in some direction to get out of line of sight with it. What is your course of action here?
So I'm going to run back from where we came, and just out of curiosity, is that over here, or is that over here? I thought we came back around this way.
You came around from the west. So up and then left.
I thought. So I have a bonus action to dash, and then I'm going to use my regular action to dash.
Excellent. That entitles you to 90 feet of total movement. I trust you to plot that out over the tiles, however you like, but it'll get you to approximately about there. Well, more like there-ish. Okay.
I travel. So I travel 30, and my dash is it twice that?
So a dash is just whatever your movement is, and if your because it just basically gives you another 30 feet of movement. Or in your case, in some cases it's less than that or more than that, but
it's your movement, right?
Yeah, so you'd get 30 feet from your dash, and then 30 feet from the dash, and then 30 feet from your 30 feet. So a rogue can move 90 feet in a round.
So I can't make two 60-foot dashes?
No. You can only make two 30-foot dashes. But you can make 3 total movements for a total of 90 feet.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. So it puts me up in that corner right there, right?
Yep. So that is going to be all of your action economy, and we'll pass it over to Jasir Bronzer now, our Dragonborn cleric. Cleric, you are staring down the manifestation of some fairly foul abyssal magic gone terribly awry and having started corrupting the flesh of local townsfolk. What do you want to do?
All right. I'm going to use 5 feet of movement to just kind of step to the side to really just line myself up with this thing. And I am going, or actually, I need to do another step. So I'll take 2 steps. So I'm just kind of dead center lined up on this thing. And I'm going to, Jester's going to kind of concentrate on his storm energy, and I'm going to cast Gust of Wind.
Okay. You got it.
And then I am, with my bonus action, I'm going to cast a Spiritual Weapon. And summon a spiritual weapon just right next to it. I don't know if I can do one of those pings.
Okay. You got it. I will grab a token to use as your spiritual weapon really quick. While I'm doing that, I believe your spiritual weapon can make an attack on the round that it is summoned.
I can.
Oh, and there's the 22 for it. So that is going to be enough to hit it. You go ahead and roll damage with that. 8 damage. All right. The spiritual weapon is going to bite into its flesh significantly as this creature thrashes about trying to repel the kind of like animated and slightly incorporeal weapon that is floating in the air and hacking away at it. From there, Jasir, with the gust of wind, it looks like it made the strength check, but it still will be taking the movement penalties, obviously, from where you're standing.
And I'm going to use the remainder of my turn to move the 20 feet of movement I have left away from this thing.
Okay. Then from there, Jasir, we go to Zarus. Zarus, what would you like to do here?
As effective as that scorching ray was 2 out of 3 times last turn, I am going to just run and dash.
Okay, everyone's beginning to get the money and get out while the getting is good. Zarus, go ahead, retreat for your character's distance, and then I'm going to skip over to this horror, and it, meeting this resistance from the wind, is going to instead now jog to the right to avoid it, and what is going to be, to all of your collective horror, it is going to pitch itself over the side of the sewer basin and into the canal, where there are still dead bodies floating and fresh ones even from the previous carnage. And really quick, I'm gonna make a check here. It seems to disappear from sight. And that is going to be its turn as we go over to Vol. Vol Uner, what are you going to do?
There's no good decisions. How does fire magic work in water?
In terms of like going into it?
Yeah, like if I wanted to shoot magic into water.
I would say that it effectively cuts the range in half.
In that case, do I need to go up these stairs? Or can I get right here?
Mm-hmm.
From this position, can I see the creature at all?
Go ahead and give me a perception check, as I rolled for its stealth, and it is considerably higher than everyone's passive perception, so...
Well, that's good, because I'm garbage at perception, so...
Yeah, you cannot see the creature at this point. The muck and the mire of the sewage is opaque. And so long as it is beneath the surface of it, it might as well be on the other side of a one-way mirror.
Then I will use my action to move another 30. Actually,
Okay.
no. Can I retcon that?
Yeah. What else? What are you going to do?
I'm going to stand there, and I am just going to prepare a second-level Scorching Ray.
Based on what?
As soon as I see that hooked abomination. It's what I started in this place. Is how I'm going to
You got
kill
it.
it.
From there, Vol, we are going to go to Garen. Garen, you are up.
Since I can't see it, I'm going to do an educated guess and move my moonbeam over to where the freshest body is and hope maybe I can hit it.
Okay. The freshest body is this one right here. I'll just ping that. So I'm gonna mark that with a blue for the moonbeam. And you are not going to manage to hit it with that one. That battleship is not going to be there.
Okay, well, it was worth a shot.
It was worth a shot. Didn't miss it by much. Garen, you move your moonbeam, and then I assume you're going to move yourself, or are you up to something else?
I am going to move myself, but I just realized I was headed up to the grate, so I'm going to come back around the other way.
Got it.
You want to pull that lever on the way?
Which lever?
To close the
That
door.
one. No, the one that drained to
The flush.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Great idea.
All right.
Sorry. That was over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's down in the very corner, just above the stairs.
Do you want me to wait till my next turn since I had already moved?
I was going to say, based on the fact that that was suggested after you completed your movement, I will have to enforce that you'll have to make that next turn.
Fair enough.
All right, and from there, Garen, we go to Ash. Ash, now having broken line of sight with this creature, you are still going to be feared for this turn, and basically, you're not going to want to go any closer to where this thing last was sighted, but you will get a chance to make a saving throw at the end of this turn to try and shake yourself from the madness and the terror that it's induced in you.
So I've come to my senses a little bit, but I'm still not super excited about dealing with that at all. Are we running? Because I'm running. Are you guys behind me?
Oh, yeah.
I hate to be the runner at this point, but I've heard stories from Fia, and I just don't know if I want to get into this right now.
I'm giving it everything I got, but definitely on the way out. It's going to be kind of depending on where this thing appears.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to get cornered.
But
I
I'm
will continue to
let me
dash.
I'm going for it.
Okay. Ash, given the input of your companions, I am going to ask, what are you doing? Oh, I see that dash. Ash is going to make the dash.
Keep heading out. Yep.
Okay, you got it. No shame there. Discretion is the better part of valor, as they say. Jasir, I'm going to then join you down here. What do you want to do?
Okay, now this is interesting. So we running. Okay, I'm going to, as a bonus action, I'm gonna see if I see where it is. I'm gonna use my bonus action. Do you have a token for the spiritual weapon? I just want to see where it
Oh,
is.
sorry. Yeah, let me grab that. I was halfway through doing it, and then I got distracted. Bum, bum,
Yeah, all good.
bum, bum.
Maybe I can try and smack it.
Yep. Decor. It is... Hold on, this is just going to be faster. 1 second.
You're good.
I'm just going to search rather than trying to find the... I'll take us... That'll do. For the time being, I'm going to use that. So your spiritual weapon was here. I'll drop a ring on it so it's a little bit more visible.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough space. Not enough. It's too far. I'm going to. I'm gonna, as a bonus action, I'm gonna change the direction of the gust of wind to just like a diagonal away from me, just like on this, like on that axis.
Okay.
And then I am going to move my 30 on 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 25, 30. And then I'm going to Jester again is going to kind of concentrate on his storm powers, and I'm going to use my lightning breath attack on the water, hoping to like arc it across it and kind of zap it in its own goo.
Okay. Go ahead. Give
Do you
me.
like a specific target?
Yeah. Where are you hitting it specifically? Like the
So
water.
it's a 5 by 30-foot line. So I'm gonna do. Let's see how far I can even do this. So it's gonna hit like here.
Okay.
Hoping
Noted.
to like kind of arc. And that's a dexterity saving throw, which will equal 12.
Got it. Spinning the lightning into the sewage, you are going to see it crackle and arc across the top of the like conductive substance that is, still filled with, so much water that the electricity is going to arc through. You will see some burbling emerge from this far end of it right here, but as to whether or not you did the damage to the creature, which by the way you should roll for, that's you're not quite sure.
So the damage depends on if it fails or succeeds.
That's something you're just not gonna, because it's half damage, I believe, right?
If it fails, yes.
Yeah, so roll the dice, and then I will be able to,
got it.
subtract what is necessary. That's something that you'll just have to kind of wonder on. Okay, noted. So, Jasir, that is some movement. That's your action, and then also your
gust of wind.
Yeah, your gust of wind. So your spiritual weapon is going to then. Yeah, no, your spiritual weapon would dissipate because of the gust of wind. Because those are both concentration-based spells, actually.
Spiritual weapon is not, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it not?
It doesn't say so.
Oh right, no, it's the spirit weapon spirit guardians combo. I always forget about that. So with that, where are you? Because I can give you that control of that token. Where do you want to move your spiritual weapon?
It's the bonus action to move the gust of wind, so I can't move the spiritual weapon as well.
Okay, got it. Bum bum. I will make sure to give you control of that token really quick, though. And from there we go to Zarus. Zarus, what will you be doing at this time? Zarus?
Sorry.
You're
push
fine.
to talk there. I am gonna run and ready in action to cast Scorching Ray again.
Okay. Go ahead and adjust your token. All right, this creature is going to, given where it's at and what has happened, now emerge from the canal on its turn. Oop, wrong layer. There we go. And it is going to try to attack Garen as she is close enough.
Can I fire boop him with some fire?
Oh yeah, go for it. 2 people actually booping him with fire at this
And
time.
because
Go
the-
ahead and make your attack rolls and your damage rolls into chat. I'll keep track of that while I'm also rolling for this monsters. So the 16 is gonna hit. The 14 and the 10 do not. He stole all your good rolls, or you stole all of his bad ones, depending on how you want to look at that. But that's going to be a total of 1 successful from you, Vol, and then 3 successful from Zaros. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Fire after fire after fire storms out of the hands of the mages and crashes into the sewage-drenched monster as it pulls itself from the depths and goes to seize a hold of Garen. It is not going to be enough to kill the thing, but you are... Yeah?
Can I ask a quick question? I don't know meta magic that well, so I'm hoping you can help me. If something says, like, targets only 1 creature, I can target a second creature. Is this big enough to be 2 creatures? Can I do meta magic on, like, 2 parts of this thing and spend all my sorcery points and do twin spell?
You could still, I believe, that only targets 1 creature and doesn't have a single... that is a little bit of a... that would not count as a single target spell. Scorching Ray does not, unfortunately. Well, hold on. Only 1 creature and doesn't have a range of self. Because it can only hit 1 creature at a time, however... That is an interesting question.
I mean...
I'm going to rule that Twin Spell will affect Scorching Ray, simply just because of that. That is more to the spirit of the spell, and Scorching Ray isn't an area of effect, and that's really what it's trying to prevent.
Then, yes, I would like to spend 2 sorcery points to do 3 more.
All right. Go ahead and bop it some more with that Scorching
rolling
Ray,
garbage,
and that is gonna... Ooh!
Fucking, excuse me. Dag.
Oh, man! Oh, this is gonna be good. Go ahead and roll that critical success.
Wow.
As I roll for variance on 2 critical failures.
I would feel like an anus if I didn't say it. I also have to do the wild magic.
Oh, yeah! Oh, I know. Go ahead and give me that D100 wild magic. Okay.
Jesus, it's nuts.
You are going to manage to do a resounding
just going
a bunch of damage to this creature in this turn. It's going to be a 9. Oh, what is that?
I cast Magic Missile at 5th level. I basically turn into a popped off Pez dispenser where just everything blasts out of me all at once. I'm like,
Sure. Okay, that is hilarious, and sure enough, as your magic begins to escalate, you just one after another, it's fiery lance to fiery lance, and then you begin reaching out and now pulling from the ether, not fire, but just raw arcane energy, and harnessing it into a single globe before finally it seems to erupt as you're unable to contain the power any longer, and orbs of force start streaking through the air with a violet light and heading towards the creature, and bang, the dice roll as 13 plus, it'll be an additional 5, so that's going to be 18 damage to this thing.
Nice.
Woof. Okay, that is a massive pile of damage, battering
I'm
this
just here to go
creature from a relatively decent amount of health down to something a lot more manageable as you blow off chunks of tentacle as well as bits of head and eye and mouth and just like raw undulating ooze. The creature begins to shrink in size between the burning and the radiant damage, and now all of these like concussive blasts that are blowing it to bits. It is still going to be able to get its attack off on Garen. 2 of them, as a matter of fact. And Garen, you are going to, on the first attack, take a total of 8 damage, and I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw as this creature's like barbed and hooked tentacles seem to have some amount of poison amidst them. Oh, Garen. Okay, you are, with that, going to take... It's going to be 4 points of temporary strength damage as you feel your physical capabilities beginning to drain from your body, no longer able to hold yourself or your supplies with the same amount of vitality. And then the second attack that hit is going to, it looks like, rake for a total of, it's going to be, okay, that's a total of 12 damage for the second attack. That one is not going to administer poison because you've already basically taken the effects of this. And then the creature is more or less just going to move up and into your space so that you are threatened by it. And from there, we go to Vol. Vol, you
I'm actually down.
Oh, the druid goes down.
But I have a question. After the first hit, could I have done a reaction or?
Yeah. Really, you could have done a reaction at any time. What's your reaction?
I gotta ask you because I can't force myself or a target near me to roll on the wild magic table after casting a spell of first level or higher, but I already had a spell going, and so I didn't know if that would count.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Oh, no. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You would have to use that on a previous, like something that you had already casted. If you were casting a spell now as a reaction in some way, you could also use that wild magic, but not as it stands, not without actually having a current spell just casted, or the target next to you.
Well, I have a cantrip I can cast as, oh no, it said first level or higher, so okay, so never mind then. I'm just toast.
Okay, it looks like Garen is going to go down as this creature manages to close on her. Then we go to Vol. Vol, you are up. What do you want to do here?
I rolled 2 1s. I don't know if you ever figured out what happened with those 2 1s.
Oh, I did.
Oh, that's not ominous at all. I go down the stairs a little bit, about 10 feet, and I see the thing is starting to get all up on the druid. And I just say, hey, you giant, bulbous, stupid face, anus. Vol is not good at insults. And I'm just going to cast Vicious Mockery.
Okay. Go ahead. What's your...
1 point of damage. Oh,
Does Vicious Mockery not require a throw for that?
No, you just target a creature within 60 feet.
Okay, yeah. Then 1 point of damage it is. As the vulgar bugbear steps forward and begins to use every slander they have available for beings that come from dimensions of pure horror against this creature. It is going to take that 1 point of damage. Vol, anything else for your turn?
he gets a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, there we go. That's what I thought. That is going to make it.
You didn't even hurt his feelings.
And I have no movement left. This was a bad plan.
Oh no.
All right. From there, we go to Garen. Garen, when you went down, I would need that initial death saving throw, and now we will take another death saving throw as you are still down.
Yes, I am. Okay, where is that?
Your death saves, they're about like, they're just off center to the right of your character sheet, about halfway down. There, yeah, okay. So that's going to be 1 success, and then 1 failure. Noted. You are 1 for 1 at this moment. We then go to Ash. Oh, and Ash, at this time, last turn, you would have been entitled to make your saving throw against the monster's fear again. So go ahead, and you can start this round with that and see if you're able to shake off the effects of this horror.
Is that wisdom?
Yes, it is. Okay, at this point, you are going to still be reeling from the sight of that creature, so while you do not have to flee further, you certainly are not compelled to return to where you would have to set eyes upon it.
Okay, so as I'm running down the hall, I stop to think, why am I running down the hall away from the, oh yeah, big scary monster. Okay, nobody else is coming with me, so I'm going to have to go back. So, stealthily, I'm going to head back to the end of the hall and stealthily see if I can assess the situation and see if I can offer any assistance.
Okay, well, as I was saying, with the fear, you'll be able to get back to, like, say, here at the end of the hall, but you will not be able to actually, like, move into the room with it because the creature is still basically, it is overwhelmed your senses too much. You'll get another saving throw at the end of this turn to see again if you can shake off the fear. But other than that, is there anything you'd like to do now, at least while you're out of eyesight? As that only used a little bit of your movement, and you've still got your action and your bonus action.
I'm going to stealth, hide around the corner, and I'm going to ready an arrow.
Okay. Go ahead and give me your stealth check and give me your wisdom saving throw to see if you can overcome your abject terror and face this creature once more to potentially shoot at it. Oh, man. While you are well hidden, you are still nonetheless succumbing to the visages of darkness and shadow and endless terror that are seeping into your brain. We move over now to Jasir. Jasir, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
All right, I'm going to move 25 feet to this staircase, and with my final spell slot, I'm going to cast another guiding bolt.
Okay. Go for it. We are beginning to push a little late here, but I am motivated to see exactly what plays out here in the next couple of minutes, as well as I know we are headed into a long weekend for everybody. So for those of us who are catching the So You Think You Can Quest show as it airs on YouTube, perhaps this will be just a little bit of extra content you can use to keep yourself entertained over the long break that many of us are facing towards this weekend. That guiding bolt I see with 12 is not going to be enough to hit this creature.
Okay, with my bonus action, I'm going to move the spiritual weapon 5, 10, 15, 20, and make an attack.
Okay, go ahead and make the attack with a spiritual weapon.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find that.
You're fine. We will see. I'm rolling for a couple of things right now. That 19 is enough to hit. Go ahead and roll damage with your spiritual weapon.
There we go.
9 damage. every little bit counts, especially when it's radiant, as your weapon tears into this creature's flesh, animated by the will of your goddess. Jasir, that's your movement. That's your action and your bonus.
I have 5 more movement. I'm gonna just take another step back up the stairs.
Oh, sure. From there, we go to Zarus. Zarus Lokudora, now a bit further out than everybody else. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I feel like I'm a little too far out, but I can't make it within striking distance. So I will run down, and if it comes within range, I will let off one of my attacks.
Which attack are you? What spell are you holding?
The Ray of Sickness.
Ray of Sickness.
Okay.
You got it.
Yeah.
And Zarus, where are you moving at all, or are you just staying right there?
No, I'm going to move down. I got my 30 feet.
Okay, got it. We then go to the creature. The creature has a decision to make now, having just been attacked by this spiritual weapon and also
Viciously assaulted.
guiding bolted. Okay, so this thing is going to actually not try to finish Garen, as that would not be a good use of its economy right now, what with what's attacking it and going on. It is instead going to pitch itself over the side and once more begin to submerge itself beneath the muck rather effectively. And that is going to be its turn as it disappears from sight for the time being. We then go to Vol. Vol, what are you doing?
Who's the Dragonborn?
That's
Sorry.
Jasir.
I look at Jasir and I say, please don't. Give me some space. And I'm going to move. And I'm going to prepare another 2nd level Scorching Ray.
Okay, you got it. From there, we go to Garen, who is busy fighting for her life. Garen, go ahead and give me another death saving throw. Let's see what happens here. 10, that is a success. That is 2 successes and 1 failure. We then go to Ash. Ash, you are still paralyzed with fear. Is there anything else that you'd like to do this turn before you make your saving throw to see if you can shake yourself out of it? Ash?
Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
I'm doing a saving throw, right?
Yep, we'll see. It kind of really depends on whether or not you're able to do anything this turn. This fear seems to have really taken root in our rogue here. Oh my god. As
You're kidding me.
oh man. So, still afflicted by the horrific terror this creature has instilled in its mind, Ash, you are going to more or less be forced to sit your turn out. Then we go now to Jasir. Ash, still remember, you can move if you want, or you can do other actions. It's just you can't enter within eyesight of this creature. So if there's anything else that you can think of that you'd like to be doing.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah, it is Jasir, though.
Okay. I'm going to bonus action, move my spiritual weapon 5, 10, 15, 20, and just smack it right down where I last saw it.
Okay. As that drops down, I am going to adjust that slightly because it is going to have to travel vertically some distance there, so it's actually going to be closer to the wall. But it's going to come like resting on top of the water without a target to sick it after. I do not believe your weapon can automatically like just attack anything near it. Let me double check on the wording behind that spell though. Because it might, depending on how that's phrased.
Yeah, a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet.
You can make within 5 feet of the weapon on a hit. I don't believe you can make it attack something that you are unaware of, though, in terms of like.
Could I do like the last place I saw, or if not, I
Unfortunately, it says creature specifically, so I am going to honor that. Otherwise, you could use it to break apart objects and barriers and stuff.
yeah, all good. Then I'm gonna follow it up with the sacred flame on the where I had the spiritual weapon initially.
Okay. Is Sacred Flame not also something where you have to select the target?
It probably is.
Yeah, that you can see within range. You'll have to hold your Sacred Flame.
Okay, then can I? I'll ready a sacred flame,
Okay, gotcha.
and then I'll. Yeah, that'll be my action.
All right. From there, we go then to Zarus. Zarus?
Oh, sorry, never mind. We're done.
Yeah, okay. I. It's hidden away, so I'm gonna see what I can do and make my way closer to Garen.
Okay.
And I'm gonna dash.
That'll bring you to about here. Yep. Zarus, that'll be your turn then?
Okay, that's that, yeah.
Okay, we then go to the creature, which is going to, having now been baited so thoroughly by the presence of the nearby wizard, be unable to resist. And it is going to emerge from the muck and the mire to attack it. You are welcome to pop off your Sacred Flame as well as your Scorching Rays.
If I knew that the cleric was going to do guiding bolt, can I wait until after to do this first scorching ray, or do I need to go first because
you have it goes off based on the condition, and the condition was like when you see it next, basically. So these things are happening sort of simultaneously. So the Sacred Flame, it's going to beat the DC on, unfortunately for you, but fortunately for Vol, the 2 Scorching Rays are going to hit, and then that Scorching Ray that misses, the 15, that one is actually going to explode in your hand as a side effect of the magic kind of left over from that previous critical one. So I'm going to need you to roll a Scorching Ray against yourself and 2 against the creature.
Fine. I hit myself. I hope you're happy.
Oh, I meant just the damage when I said the...
Okay.
Yeah. And then against yourself?
I'm waiting for the button for it to do its thing.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Oh, man! 11 damage as the Scorching Ray misfires the result of your wild arcane energies, as well as the, misfire of the previous one, kind of backing up in the current of your, internal mana pools and causing this disaster. However, those 2 attacks are going to cause yet more of this monster to be blown away as bits and pieces of it are slowly shredded from its mass.
So, can I ask a quick question about my wild magic stuff?
What's going on?
When I cast a spell above first level, I need to roll a d20. But last time we just rolled on the magic table. Was that the Tides of Chaos stuff from previously? Okay. So my Tides of Chaos is recharged now?
Yes.
Okay. And this is for the Wild Magic Surge.
Okay.
No wild magic.
No wild magic. So that means that this creature is still alive to attack that wizard. and its attacks are going to be successful. Or sorry, its second attack is going to be successful. Its first attack is not. It is going to
I've got the
use that
mage armor
attack.
up to AC 15.
You are going to take a total of. It's going to be 13 damage. Yes, math. I can math. 13 damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw. Thank you, everybody out there who's still watching. Anybody who's tuned into the game, I appreciate it as we go along tonight. I don't want to let there be any ambiguity about the fate of the party hanging in the air right now, as we find that they could be close to losing a couple of members or otherwise victory. So that's going to be a 15. That is going to protect you from the strength damage. And that's going to be the creature's turn, as it had to make its way up the side of that and expend most of its movement in doing so. So then we go to Vol. Vol, it is your turn, sorcerer. What would you like to do?
Is crying a bonus action?
Yes, crying is a bonus action.
Cool. I'm gonna do that and then go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Being inside 15 feet, I'm going to use my Burning Hands. It is a saving throw.
Dex. Which the creature fails, actually.
Cool. I was going to use my... Cast at what level? There we go. Type.
Alright, 6 fire damage. Was there anything else you were going to do to that to modify it?
No, I can't do anything with that one. And no wild magic.
Okay, then from there, Vol, we go to Garen of the Wake as you finish bathing this creature in yet more flame. Garen, you have 2 successes and 1 failure. That is 2 failures and 2 successes. Will Garen return to consciousness before she expires? We now go to Ash. Ash, I need another wisdom saving throw from you, lest you be paralyzed again.
We need you, Ash.
Ash, the party is falling apart in the front of this horror. We are going to... Ash, unless there's anything really quick you want to get done while you're out of sight, I'm going to move on to Jasir.
Yes, there's just one thing. I have this poisoner's kit. Can I tip my arrows at least, even though I'm terrified?
You can attempt to, but you do run the risk of poisoning yourself.
So, sleight of hand.
Yes.
With, I have a proficiency.
Yes. You do have proficiency for this. So that is 20. All right, you are going to be able to get your poisoner's kit out and start trying to, manufacture a workable poison out of the ingredients that you have and get it onto the tip of your arrow successfully. But that is going to be basically your whole turn.
Okay.
Go ahead and make that wisdom. Oh, you are sorry. You made that wisdom saving throw already. So yeah, that's the turn. So then we go to Jasir. Jasir, you are on the stairs here, watching as your companions might be turning the tides against kind of literal and metaphysical chaos. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of seeing everyone else kind of over there. I'm gonna cautiously approach, do 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm going to slam again with my spiritual weapon.
Okay, this time it definitely is going to be able to hit. in terms of proximity. Go ahead. That'll hit.
Nice.
Oh man, you are going to cut a giant hole in this creature as you begin to see it wither even more now. As its frame and size gets more and more reduced, it seems that each and every successive blow is more and more damaging to its overall mass. Jasir, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna follow that up with a Sacred Flame.
Okay. It's going to make the save on the Sacred Flame, however.
All right, then that's all I got.
All right, we go now to Zarus. Zarus, you are near death and in the throes of this beast, but also, if you are to move away, it will attack. So what do you want to do?
Yeah, I don't think I can escape, but those burning hands worked well for
Yeah,
right, yeah. So I'm gonna go with those two.
go ahead. As the creature then rolls hot, cold, and fails this particular saving throw, go ahead and roll your burning hands damage. That's going to be 10. That is going to be so close. This creature is almost dead as it shrinks yet more and more. Layers of flesh and bone and all of its tissues being burned away, scoured by radiant damage and arcane fire. Zarus, unless you're going to move or do something else, it's going to be the creature's turn.
No, I don't think I'm gonna move.
All right.
Give it an opportunity.
It is now the creature's turn. It is going to make one attack against you. This is going to do a total of, that'll be 9 damage. So Zarus, I believe, are you down?
Oh, that's down. I was at 8, yeah.
All right. That is going to down Zarus. Give me a death saving throw. Whew, that was close to a natural 1. All right, that is going to be 1 failure. And the creature, having downed Zarus, is now going to cross and try to attempt to attack Vol. It is going to fail to attack Vol, however, as its second attack misses. Its undulating, burning mass now vastly less coordinated than it was. We go to Vol. Vol, it is your turn. What are you going to do as this thing bears down upon you, dripping in raw sewage and blood?
I'm assuming that like it's just this giant like flesh maw coming down at me, so I just stick my hand up inside of it and cast Burning Hands inside of his mouth.
All right, 1 more Burning Hands. Go ahead and roll that damage. As this thing fails, yet seems to really be not doing well against Burning Hands specifically. Fails again. Let's see what you've got. 7 damage is going to be enough to kill this creature. Finally, as the Burning Hands more or less takes its top off, blowing back the sort of like greater maw of this creature and incinerating enough of it that you're able to then just start angling your hand downward and producing these gouts of flame that start scouring the creature and finally burning it down to its last crisp. However, that is not enough to outright save Garen of the Wake, who now, in the throes of this, we have a very tense moment to close this session with. Garen, give me a death saving throw for all the marbles.
Okay. Any goddesses out there in that world, help me out here.
Be careful to whom you pray. No, Garen!
Yes!
Natural 3. That is not going to be enough to save the druid, and they expire by a turn as this creature perishes, and so does she. Clearly, there is going to be enough time for the party to catch Zarus before he goes under, if he does not roll a natural 1 on this next death saving throw, as they are, I imagine, going to attempt to bind his wounds. So I'm going to need a death saving throw from Zarus as well to make sure that it is not a natural 1.
You can do it.
Okay, that is going to be a success. We are not going to claim 2 lives tonight. Instead, it will just be the 1. Zarus, you are... I'm still actually going to need... is there magical healing, or is someone making a medicine check?
I'm going to sprint over and do Spare the Dying.
Okay. So that will manage to stabilize that person, and you are going to manage to defeat this creature, now having come up on hundreds of gold pieces worth of wealth, maybe some new supplies depending on what else is in those crates down there, as well as a handful of gems and other vital valuables. The party has also now defeated the necessary monster to push it over into 4th level.
At this point, seeing the monster, I come running around the corner, with my sword in my hand. I got this.
You did it,
All right.
Ash. You
Good
did
job,
it.
you guys.
He exploded when he saw you. He was so scared of you.
And I am
With that, you bud.
going to end it here for now. We've still got a daily prize to hand out, which is why everybody who still might be watching us in the Twitch chat, thank you so much for staying tuned and watching as this tense battle unfolded. I hesitated to end it early because I just had to see where this was going. We now have a fairy stone or a rhodonite axe head to give away. I'm going to leave it up to the Twitch chat to start with to see who they think deserves one of these prizes for their performance based on the evening. Should it go to the best critical failure, the best critical success, our dearly departed druid, or the person who did the most damage in the course of that evening, or the one who avoided the most conflict, whoever you think. And if I don't see an overwhelming vote emerge from the Twitch chat here in the next few minutes, I will go ahead and probably pass it out to a particular... All right. So, Vol, because the crazy damage. It looks like the general suggestion here is that it should either go to the druid or Vol. Let's see here. Let's make this more interesting. Vol and our druid Garen, both of you roll me a d20 into chat. Let's do this the old-fashioned way and see who comes away with a prize.
Beat a 12.
Based on my rolls tonight, it's not going to happen. Congrats!
I am so sorry, Garen. You were not in the cards tonight, or the dice as it were. But I'm sure it will not be long before we see you again. Thank you so much for playing with us, and thank you all out there for watching. Our friend Vol, which one of these stones would you like?
Odds are left. Even is right.
Even is right. That will be the fairy stone then. And the rhodonite axe head remains for yet another day. So make sure to get me your address, and I will get that shipped out as soon as I can. What with the way my days are scheduled, sometimes it takes a couple of days before I can get down to the post office. But thank you so much for playing, everyone, tonight. We've got more contestants will be joining us on Sunday. Everyone have a lovely holiday, or whatever it is that you're doing in the next couple of days. I hope you stay safe and also enjoy it, whatever it is. Thank you again for joining us for this exciting episode of So You Think You Can Quest.
Thank you.
And here we reach the end of our tale. For now, Join us again next time on So You Think You Can Quest.
Yeah, I got 20 reasons right here. I don't need up to be no edison. I'm holding 20s. I'm holding 20s. Had a dragon leash, try to break my stride. So choke the war axe right between his eyes. Been gaining on the dragon's ass since 2 days past. He terrorized the town, brought him to the ground. But I've been moving quick and fight that son of a bitch now. Cause every day I'm hustling. Just one perception check springs every trap that's set. Oh, dungeon masters hate when I sit down to play. Cause I'm holding 20.